Perush, are you there? Perush is there. Vicars, you're there. For sure. Cottage, on their way. On their way. Definitely. Electoral reform is for all of us. We must secure our democracy. We must preserve what our forefathers bled and died for. All right, so as we begin, let us hand over to Teacher Ernie so she can lead us in a few songs of worship. Let us invite the presence of the Lord.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let us begin by welcoming the presence of the Holy Spirit among us, because we need Him. Without Him, we would not be here today. So let us welcome the Holy Spirit.
Welcome the Holy Spirit.
Holy Spirit,
We are in your presence.
in your presence, Lord.
Fill us with your power. Live inside of me.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome, Holy Spirit. We are in your presence.
Lord.
Fill us with your power. Live inside of me.
You're the living waters.
You're the living water.
Never dry fountain.
Never dry fountain. Comforter and counselor.
Please take control.
Take complete control. Welcome, Holy Spirit.
Holy Spirit,
We are in your presence.
Lord.
Fill us with your power. Live inside of me.
And then we lift the name of the Lord on high.
Lord, we lift your name on high. Lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praises. I'm so glad you're in my life. I'm so glad you came to save
Take from heaven to
us.
earth.
You came from heaven to earth to show the way from the earth to the cross. My debts paid from the cross to the grave, from the grave to the sky. Lord, I lift your name on
Let's take it again. Let's
high.
lift the name of the Lord today.
Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praises. I'm so glad you're in my life. I'm so glad you came to save us.
Take from heaven to earth.
You came from heaven to earth to show the way from the earth to the cross. My debts you paid from the cross to the grave, from the grave to the sky. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I lift your name on high.
And so, we are going to say, thank you, Jesus. Thanks to Jesus for this day, for all those who have been here, who have arrived here, all those on their way, and for the success of this gathering, we'll sing, thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you. I just want to thank you. I just want to thank you, Lord.
Praise the Lord.
We praise you, Lord.
Praise
praise you. We just want to praise you. We just want to praise you, Lord.
Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you, Teacher Ernie and Francisco Joseph, for just inviting the presence of the Lord here this afternoon. We are nothing without God, and we acknowledge that. And even as we continue, we call on Miss Clemencia Daru, hailing from the community, the constituency of Pastor Bruce. We invite her to pray with us this afternoon.
Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. We give God thanks today for the breath of life. Hallelujah. We have to give God praise because we have breath. The Bible says let everything that have breath praise the Lord. And this afternoon without breath we would not be here. So we are here for one reason, and this is the reason we welcome the presence of the Holy Spirit in this place. Hallelujah. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, as we come before you today, oh God, we humble ourselves before you, Father, because Lord God, you are all that we need. And this day, God, you know our hearts. You know everything about us, dear God. And we ask you to touch this community, touch Dominica today, in the mighty name of Jesus. That name that is all powerful. That name and the name of Jesus, the devil tremble. And today, God, is your power in this place. We ask the Holy Ghost to take control. We ask the fire of God to consume every work of the enemy, to consume every force of darkness, to consume every plan of Satan, and destroy his work by the blood of Jesus. Father, we thank you today for your anointing, for that break every chain in every corner of Dominica. We plead the blood of Jesus from the east and the west and the north of Dominica. Oh God, we ask you to come down and intervene in this land. We ask you to come down in a special way, dear God. Lord, in our own strength we have nothing. But God, because of you, because even as you fight for Jehoshaphat, so we ask you to fight for us today. In the mighty name of Jesus. We ask you to come down in a special way. We ask you to come down today, oh God, in a mighty way, God, that you will break every chain, break every fetter, break every yoke of wickedness, every yoke of bondage, every yoke of sorceries in this land. In the mighty name of Jesus. God, we ask you, oh God, to send your mighty angels, your host of angels, oh God, to come down and visit our land. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, God. Holy fire from heaven, consume every sacrifice of the enemy. In the name of Jesus, consume every work of darkness. In the mighty name of Jesus. For we know the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but they are mighty to the pulling of a stronghold. And God, we ask you to pull down every stronghold today. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Let all who have breath praise the Lord. Now I want to just thank you again for gathering here with us. And even as we continue for this fight to rescue all of Dominica, I invite all of you wherever you are to stand at attention as we listen to the song of the national anthem.
Don't stop, we want them out!
Sons and daughters of Israel. in which everyone rejoices. All for each and each for all for each for all. When the electronics fail us, we can still sing the national anthem on our own, right? This is our Dominica and our Dominica to save. We are in the constituency of Roseau Central. And today we'd like to invite to the podium Glenroy So Coffee, your very own, to invite you to his constituency.
Good afternoon to you, my brothers and sisters, patriotic Dominicans. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Brothers and sisters, I wish that I could have invited you to a city that has been upgraded. But for many years, this government has failed its responsibilities to give attention to this lovely city and to make it the envy of the Caribbean. However, it's our own and we have to appreciate it. So I welcome you from far and near, from the north, from the south, from the east, and from the west. Brothers and sisters, you know exactly the objective of today's gathering. Electoral reform. The reason why you gather is because the constitution of our land allows us the privilege to gather and to assemble anywhere in our land. So you must give yourselves a round of applause to assemble freely without being provoked by anyone. So that's what your constitution gave you, the right to assemble. And so, brothers and sisters, we are here to talk about electoral reform. And electoral reform impacts on every Dominican. Because let me tell you, without a stable democracy, we cannot thrive. Without a stable economy, we cannot thrive. We need people who will govern us after an election. We need people who will make people come together after an election, not divide us. And so, brothers and sisters, this gathering today is very important. And we are not too far from a street once upon a time called Queenberry Street. But this street incidentally now is named Independence Street. We're supposed to be independent brothers and sisters who should work freely and enjoy and work and enjoy our country and buy what we want. So we want a government who will empower the people so that after this street, which is named Independence Street, we can call ourselves independent. And let me say to you that it is very important that you understand that. Oftentimes, you find that people try to come in your way. They try to create stumbling blocks so that we cannot thrive. We can actually reverse. We are not reversing today. Because when one boat sinks, another one will sail. When one plane crashes, another one will fly. And when one man falls, another man will rise. And so, brothers and sisters, let me say to you, you have risen to the task. You have risen to the occasion. And we applaud you for this commendable turnout. And for more to come today, we commend you for standing up for country, Dominica. As we said before, this is a gathering of Dominicans. It is beyond political party. And so, your expression here today, your welcome here today, your presence here today is encouraging. And so I say to you, welcome to Roseau Central. Welcome to Dominica. Welcome to this gathering. Patriots of Dominica, have a pleasant good afternoon. In the name of Jesus Christ we say, Amen.
Do we understand why we stand today? We want electoral reform and we want it. We want electoral reform and we want it. Now, for those of you who don't know who I am, I will be your MC together with my brother Loftus Duran. But my name is Mona Williams John Baptist. And today I will be with you throughout. But I'm not just here as an MC. I am here because this is my Dominica to rescue as much as it is yours. I am a mother of 5, and there is no way that I will let this country go to the dogs. I have to save it, if not for myself, but for my children. This fight is not just for us. It's for our children and our children's children. A lot of you who may be looking at us live, the young people who are too scared to stand here today, you must be wondering why a young person would be so vehement about electoral reform. Well, I understand its importance. Brothers and sisters, I understand that when one man dictates who wins and who loses in a democracy, it no longer is a democracy. Our democracy is under threat, and we have a responsibility to save our Dominica. Iyo possible, kuyonom kadi kilum kita gele election, nane apwe nane election, yomun, anila kabole election nou, avec kadi se pa vole, mais nous sache vole. We know that they cannot win the election truthfully, honestly, democratically. And this is why we stand today. It is your right, when you cast your ballot, to be given the elected representative of your choice. But to have one man and his cohort dictating who will represent your interests. Mais nous parlons. They have mismanaged our country. They have mismanaged our resources. And they want to stay there on our necks, on our backs, on our pockets, on our resources, on our CBI. C'est ça pour your alley. It is time to go. Roosevelt Scarrett, you and your cohorts, it is time to go. We are ready for electoral reform in all its form. We are ready for a Dominica that is free. We are ready for our people to decide for themselves that they no longer want you. And I can guarantee you that the vast majority of Dominicans no longer want the DLP. Mun pasa ka struggle for sa ebe yo le chebe DLP office. Our country is going to hell in a handbasket. We can see it. We can feel the effects of a mismanaged economy. How many of us can save? How many of us can send our children to school? How many of us, for the imam, can afford life insurance? So few of us. Yet they will throw these things in our faces, knowing fully well that they have hijacked the system that will set us free. But no more. No more. We want electoral reform and we want it now. Brother Loftus Duran, take it away.
Dominicans! Yes, Dominicans, those of us who are here, and those of you who are over there, welcome, welcome, welcome. Dominicans, we are here today, and we are here for one thing only. It is for the cause and concern for a freer and fairer process of our elections in Dominica, and that is our general elections. I am so passionate about that thing called electoral reform. I did not even introduce myself as Monel instructed me to. But for those of you who don't know, my name is Loftus Durham, co-hosting today's event with my dear friend Monel John Baptist. Ladies and gentlemen, you are here today for a reason. We are here today for a reason. And that reason, as I said before, it is to say in no uncertain terms that we shall not, and I repeat, we shall not, as a people, have another general election in Dominica without the process being cleaned up. And so we want to send that message loud and clear to Mr. Duncan Stowe and his commissioners and everyone else as a party to ensure that we in Dominica, the people of Dominica, the right-thinking people of Dominica, we are demanding a freer and fairer process. Ladies and gentlemen, gone are the days when we will stand aside and witness our elections being stolen time and time again. And so all the speakers to come this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, which Monel and I will introduce to you, these people will inspire us so that we will get our act together to demand and, if needs be, take our electoral reform, Dominicans. And so with those few words, I just want to, like Monel, welcome every one of you. And those of you who are listening or who are watching social media and you are in Dominica, here between the bridges, it is your place this afternoon going into the evening. And so we welcome all of you here and continue to encourage us as a people. United we stand and divided we fall. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much, and I wish all of us continue the fight for electoral reform. Nothing less, nothing more. I thank you.
Yes, my co-host, a passionate man on the issue of electoral reform, as we should all be. I don't care where you hail from, I don't care who you support. We should all be passionate about the processes that strengthen our democracy. We see how fickle life can be. The person who prayed today, Clemencia Daru, reminded us that all who have breath will praise the Lord, but at some point, this is an appointment we all have, appointment of death. And so no one man, no matter how much he wants to stay in office forever, will ever be able to stay in office forever. He will never, because when his appointment is here, he will not be able to say, one more breath, Lord, one more breath. So we're asking him, he's a Dominican, and we're asking him to fix the processes that will strengthen this democracy, not just for today, but for the thousands of years that this democracy will continue to stand. When all of us here will no longer be here, Dominica will still be there. Well, this afternoon it gives me the greatest pleasure to invite to the microphone
someone you may know as the Rebel Honorable. He hails from the community of Bowie, a proud community who will not stand for nonsense, who continues to hold the head high. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome our Rebel Honorable Hector Sack George.
Good afternoon, Dominicans! Dominicans! I see my good friend, Mr. Clyde Gregory Court. Welcome back home. I just want to bring you greetings on behalf of the people of Salisbury, District and Monaco. We know why we are here. And Salisbury is an example why we need and why we must demand electoral reform. No ifs, no buts. We are ready for electoral reform and we are going for electoral reform. We have to make that message very clear. They can threaten us, take us, shoot us, but they can never stop us. The people of Salisbury, we are here today in solidarity with our country. And let me take the opportunity to extend sympathies to the family of Kenneth Benjamin, the young woman from Portsmouth who was murdered. We're hoping that there will be closure with this one. We have had too many of our young people being murdered and no closure. Just want to extend sympathies to our family and also want to reach out to our young men and women who are in the struggles. When they're asking for help, let us listen to them and help them. Electoral reform is a must everywhere. Every Dominican, everybody around the world should have the opportunity to vote. That is their right. Nobody should be disenfranchised. We have to ensure that our brothers and sisters meet the requirement for voting and can vote. We don't want ghost voting. A friend told me that her mother died in 2010. Her father died in 2012. But they both voted in 2014. You had busloads of people moving from polling stations to polling stations. How can you live your lives overseas and come back home for a day and a half and put me in misery for 5 years and you go back home? Is that right? We're not against you, my brothers and sisters living overseas. If you meet the requirement for voting, you can vote. But to pay you, give you plane ride, bus ride, hotels, food, for a day and a half, money in your pocket for a day and a half, and then go back home. Is that right? You have the purse of the country, and you're using it to bribe our brothers and sisters to stay home, not to vote, pay them for their votes, and at the end of the day, you give them $500 for 5 years. I want us to begin to understand the importance of this reform. I am not coming back to another meeting. This is my first and last meeting. I am going to stand up. This is my first and last meeting. Do you understand me? Because we're going to sit and idle. We're going to sit on the fence. The Prime Minister said he was going to Parliament in April. Scary said he was going to Parliament in April. And he has not gone to Parliament. He now is blaming Dennis Byron. Dennis Byron is not our problem. Roosevelt Scary is our problem. And I do not want anybody on this platform and speak about Dennis Byron. Dennis Byron is not our issue. Our issue is Roosevelt Skerrit and what he's doing to Dominica. But you know my position with Roosevelt Skerrit already. You have to come to Salisbury, you have to apologize to people of Salisbury. Bottom line. But brothers and sisters, before I leave this podium, I want to call on us to unite. Stop calling labor rights name. Stop calling freedom rights name. We are brothers and sisters in the struggle. Because you might be from Cassius, there are labor rights, freedom rights, independent in Cassius. But if something happens to your neighbor's house, we all have to go and assist that individual, our brothers and sisters. So stop with the insults. I am calling on the police. Know your rights and respect my rights. I am calling on the teachers. Know your rights and stand up. I am calling on the bus drivers, the truck drivers, the heavy equipment operators, the ghetto youth, the employee, the underemployed. I am calling on you. The professionals, I am calling on you. Stop using excuses like you're like a person. If there is a big stone in the road, you are going to Portsmouth, I am going to Roseau. It is blocking both of us. We take out the stone and we both go on our merry way. Who is blocking Dominica right now? Who is blocking Dominica right now? I am calling on the barbers as well. Each and every one of us. And brothers and sisters, the Salisbury court matters, they are ongoing. We have over 70-something people from Salisbury for the court. I see Mr. Whitnell, the 2019, December 6th, 2019, matter is on Whitnell Louis et al. So Mr. Louis, thank you, big up for sending up for Salisbury. The other matter that we have in 2015 is also ongoing, the Sorina James et al. Matter. Our matter will go right to the Hague if it has to. Salisbury is going until the end. We are not stopping. You give us failures, you shot us. You give us. We were sleeping, and you gave us failures. We will never, ever, ever forget that Roosevelt Skerrit. Brothers and sisters, I want you to do one thing with me. One thing. Raise your hands up. And I want to see your index finger. The finger after your thumb, your index finger. You see that? That is one. But when you close that index finger and tighten your fist, that is all. You touch one, you touch all. You touch one, you touch one, you touch one. Bus drivers, farmers, teachers, lawyers, unemployed, single parents, elderly. You touch one, you touch one. Good afternoon, God bless you.
Honorable, honorable. You touch one, you touch all. And none of us have been exempt from the victimization and the plunder that Dominica has been subject to. We have all in some way, shape or form been touched. Our pockets have been touched. Our economic situation has been touched. Our country has been touched, and not positively. Dominica is crying, our people are crying, and it is time that we take a stand and we cannot back down. We shouldn't back down. These people do not get tired. They do not get tired of manipulating the system in their favor. So now, I wish to invite to the podium again my co-host, who will introduce our next speaker.
Dominicans! a little cold. What is happening to us? We have to make a noise so that the rest of Dominica and the world by extension can know without a shadow of a doubt that we are standing for our country. We are standing in the gap for our country from then on today. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a number of civil society organizations in and around Dominica. And I can tell you, a number of these organizations are part and parcel of what is happening here today. And so, without further ado, Mr. Whitney, I single you out, so good afternoon to you. That's my brother here, senior statesman, Brother Whitney, always on the front line. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, let me get back on track. There are a number of civil society organizations in Dominica that are part and parcel of what is happening here today. Hector John spoke about the need for us to be united, the need for us to put our petty differences aside and see the need, the urgent need that is to stand for our country. Because if we don't, we will not have a country for our children to be part of and to be able to enjoy. And so one of those civil society organizations is one that I am part of, and that is the Civic Vibes. It is a registered NGO, and we are doing things for and on behalf of the people of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Paula Celestine is part of our children right next to earlier, and we have a number of other folks who are part and parcel of that organization. But in just a while, you're going to hear the voice of Mr. Alvin Thomas. He too is part of that NGO, that is Civic Vibes. And so, through his voice, Civic Vibes is going to make a contribution through the voice of Alvin Thomas, who is all the way somewhere, but his heart is always with us in Dominica. And so, Mr. DJ Chan, without further ado, let the people hear the voice of former General Secretary of the CSA, that is the Civil Service Association in Dominica in the 70s, Mr. Alvin Thomas.
My fellow Dominicans at home and abroad, and friends of Dominica, today I want on behalf of Civic Vibes to express an unwavering support for electoral reform, a cause that is pivotal for the progress and sustainability of our democracy. Electoral reform stands as a cornerstone of any just and inclusive society, ensuring that every citizen's voice is heard, their vote counts, and their aspirations are represented. We believe that now, more than ever, it is time to come together and champion the changes needed to reform our electoral system. In a democracy, election serves as the lifeblood that keeps the system alive, giving power to the people to choose their leaders and shape the trajectory of their nation. However, for a democracy to truly flourish, it is imperative that the electoral process is fair, transparent, and accessible to all. Electoral reform aims to address the existing shortcomings in our electoral system, to enhance its integrity, and to fortify the bonds between the electorate and the representatives. It seeks to eliminate any barriers that hinder equal participation and diminishes the influence of money and special interest in the political arena. By embracing electoral reform, we empower our citizens, guarantee a level playing field for all candidates, and nurture an environment where diversity and inclusivity thrive. It enables us to foster meaningful debate, encourages a multiplicity of ideas, and ensures that the will of the people is accurately reflected in our parliament. Unfortunately, over the last 3 election cycles in Dominica, we have fell short on these democratic principles which should guide our electoral process. Notwithstanding several reports and recommendations coming from the OAS, CARICOM and the Commonwealth to reform our electoral processes in Dominica, the powers that be, namely the Electoral Commission and the government of Dominica, have failed the people of Dominica by refusing to implement any of these recommendations. Our esteemed Caribbean Court of Justice CCJ warned us, following on the 2019 general election, that we should not go into another general election until what they describe as the tints of the electoral process has been removed. In making specific reference to the then 2019 general election, the CCJ made the following comments, quote, "However, there remains areas of great concern about how the process of these elections was conducted. Future elections in Dominica ought not to proceed with these or similar things," unquote. Notwithstanding these comments by the CCJ and several of the reports alluded to, we saw yet another general election being held in Dominica in December of 2022, undermining as it were our democratic process and the need for a free, fair and transparent general election. At Civic Vibes, we recognize that a healthy democracy requires the active participation and engagement of all citizens. We firmly believe that every voice matters and every vote counts. However, we cannot ignore the existing flaws and inequities within our electoral processes that hinder the realization of this ideal. My fellow Dominicans, today's rally must be the beginning of a sustained course of action to demand electoral reform. I say yes, it must be demanded. It can no longer and should no longer be business as usual. There should be no room for indifference or persons standing on the sideline on this long outstanding matter of electoral reform. We have reached the point to take decisive action as a people. The time to act is now. In the words of the now Speaker of Parliament, quote, "Enough is enough," unquote. We must stand up and fight. These are the words of the current Speaker of Parliament. We must stand up and fight. We must strive for reform that promotes free, fair and transparent elections, and to include basic requirements as voters registration, cleansing of the voters list, and proper identification processes. We must advocate for measures that protect the sanctity of the vote, implementing measures and safeguarding against foreign interference with our electoral process. These are the hallmarks of any democratic nation. Let me again reiterate that following on today's rally, it will require collective action, a united front against vested interests, and a commitment to the fundamental principles of democracy. It demands that we engage in constructive dialogue, respecting different perspectives and working towards common goal for the greater good. The road to electoral reform may be challenging, but history has shown that change is only possible when we unite our voices and work towards a common vision. Let us stand together in this pursuit of a more just and equitable electoral system. Let us amplify our voices and demand change and hold our elected officials accountable. Our solidarity is our strength, and through it, we can shape the future of our democracy. Let us march forward with unwavering determination, knowing that our democracy and action today will shape the future of our democracy for generations to come. Finally, in closing, let us remember that electoral reform is not a partisan issue. It is a democratic imperative. By embracing this cause, we reaffirm our belief in the power of democracy to create a better future for all. Together we can build a nation, a Dominica, where every citizen's voice matters, and where the electoral process reflects the will of the people, and where fairness and justice prevail. In solidarity, I'm your patriot brother, Alvin Thomas, on behalf of Civic Vibes. Thank you.
I wish to thank Brother Alvin Knight for his Alvin Thomas for his contribution. Nothing will stop us. And as you can see, our brothers and sisters, even from across the seas, continue to stand in solidarity with us. And so we've just heard the voice of a patriotic brother. I wish to call to the microphone at this time a patriotic sister who stands for Dominica, who stands on the issue of electoral reform. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Ms. Paula Celestin, the representative from NJAM, to the microphone. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to my lovely Dominican people, both here and overseas. Today is the day. This statement is a statement here by the National Joint Action Movement, NJAM. On Friday, February 7th, 2022, last year, the National Joint Action Movement, NJAM, invited Sir Dennis Byron to an electoral reform virtual rally. Earlier I heard Brother Spack say he doesn't want to hear the name of Dennis Byron. But Dennis Byron's name has to be mentioned here because Dennis Byron owes the people of Dominica their money for a job that he was paid to do by Roosevelt, which had not been done. And this is the reason why Dennis Byron's name has to be mentioned here. His response to that rally was he was unable to participate because of whatever reason. He was not available actually. And then sometime later, did contact the day Dennis Byron. After numerous promises from Dennis Byron, we finally met him. And it was just before the sham election. He again promised to hold public consultation on electoral reform. Almost 2 years after Dennis Byron was engaged by Roosevelt's Kerry, we must conclude that Dennis Byron has betrayed the Dominican people. NJAM has also invited the chairman of the Electoral Commission, Duncan Soap, right across here, to that same event. Duncan Soap had never responded. He has refused to even speak to any one of the persons of NJAM. Duncan Soap and the Electoral Commission are responsible for all electoral processes in Dominica, and they must be held responsible to organize consultation with the public. The National Joint Action Movement is cautioning Dominicans that they should not allow Roosevelt's Kerry to hijack the electoral process. The National Joint Action Movement is calling for a united front to deal with the struggle for free and fair elections in Dominica. Until then, we the people of Dominica will not stop, and we should not stop until we get what we need. Thank you very much. This was a statement by the National Joint Action Movement.
Mr. DJ, let's give the people a little more conscious music for me, please. We need to spice up the vibes. Dominicans! That's it! Stand up for your rights. That's it, Mr. DJ. Stand up. Stand up for All right, thank you very much, Mr. DJ, for always keeping the people warm. Because we need a very warm people up until tonight's event has ended. And ladies and gentlemen, let us be of one mind that today's activity is one out of many. So you need to rejuvenate yourself. Because we are not stopping. We are not stopping for the need for free and fair elections in Dominica. And I just want to thank my sister Paula Celestine a while ago for her words coming from NJAM. And basically, what Paula was telling us is that our electoral reform system, the electoral system in Dominica, it has been hijacked by Roosevelt and co. That's it. And so, Mr. Dennis Byron is just one man in the cog in the whole corrupt system. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not be long, but truth must be told that Mr. Dennis Byron, from day one, yours truly was very disappointed that Roosevelt Skerry single-handedly chose Dennis Byron to come and meddle and mingle in our electoral process. I got a lot of flack from some of us by saying, Lofty, give the process a break. And we are where we are today because of what I saw many, many months ago. Anything Roosevelt Skerry put his hand on, it cannot be good. And so I am not saying Dennis Byron is not good, but by Dennis Byron agreeing to do anything with Roosevelt in our elections, then we have to wonder what is it that is going on in that reform system that has been promised time and time over, ladies and gentlemen. And somebody might say to me, not to divulge private information. But ladies and gentlemen, without information, without factual information, we are living in a fool's paradise, as Pat and I said in the song. And so let me tell you guys this afternoon, Sir Dennis Byron was in a meeting sometime back with some Dominican people, some esteemed Dominican people. And a number of questions were posed to the gentleman, the luminary, the legal luminary at that. And a man of Dennis Byron's caliber could only be chuckling for answers. All he was prepared to say, ladies and gentlemen, is that he, at this point in time, And that point in time I'm talking about was back then. He cannot divulge any information as it pertains to the ongoing process between the government, which we know who is, and himself. And so, ladies and gentlemen, from that day, Dennis Byron went down some notches in my mind and in my eyes. Dennis Byron is living in a country, St. Lucia, I'm being told. He is also from a country, St. Kitts and Nevis, where both of these countries, the people are voting in a freer and fairer process than us in Dominica. And so what mockery, what a mockery that he is continuing himself to be dragged into as an esteemed man that served as president of the highest court in the region. So Dennis Byron, I know you're listening. I know you are hearing the Dominicans this afternoon. And we are telling you, sir, please remove yourself from that cocoa macaque with Roosevelt's carrot and go and deliver unto the people of Dominica. That is your only way of salvation right about now.
Wow. Wow.
Because, ladies and gentlemen, it cannot be that we are continued as a people to be held hostage, as it were. For what? For what? A thing that every other country in the region, they are enjoying. I'm not even leaving our region. Antigua, St. Kitts, in 2019, being part of the CCM then, right here where we are this afternoon. Mr. Anthony Stewart was our featured speaker then. That is 2019, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about. And this man told us what they did in Antigua and Barbuda to make their system free and fairer. And he urged us then, please do what we have to do in Dominica to make our system right. And down to today, we cannot as a people get it right because of the crookery and the mockery that goes on with the powers that be. So ladies and gentlemen, it behooves all of us. United we stand, and divided we farewell. So if we know that old refrain very well, let us be united, continue to be united. The level of division, the level of divisiveness among us as a people, that too has contributed to where we are today. And finally, before I leave, so that Monel can continue to do her hosting duties, Martin Luther King said, let us as a people stand up straight, stand up erect, because if we continue to bend our backs, the dictators and all who don't want good for our country will continue to ride our backs. They are riding our backs too long, ladies and gentlemen. And so by we standing here today, we are telling the powers that be in Dominica, we are telling Duncan Stowe and his commissioners, we are telling the world that we shall not go into any other sham process called election that Roosevelt will be part of. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Much more from me, but the program must go on.
us grew up on. And this is the consciousness that continues to play in our hearts and in our society, but it's suppressed by a rogue regime. And like our dear Sister Paula said, he has hijacked the system. I see buses leaving and going. I don't know where you're going. Right now, you all need to hijack the process and make sure people stay in Roseau. Hijack the process. Bus drivers should not be in Roseau this afternoon. You all should be standing because not enough of Dominicans are working. And those who are, you all are working for pittances while you're sitting in government and all these ministers building mansions around country. So the young people who are passing here as if electoral reform is not your concern, go in and come you come in. Save Dominica for yourself. You think it's us? You think it's... Yesterday I turned 38. Come see me say, but I am old enough. I am old enough to know that this is not the best that we can be. And for the sake of me, I do not understand why more young people are not standing for their right to choose. How can you allow somebody to remove your right to choose? Before your mother tell you cannot come home late, you cannot dig. But when Sherry tell you cannot have money for power rep, you sit down and you shut up. Imagine that. Before they tell you put your phone away on people, you agitated. You go on with what? With what matters. Saving your country matters. The processes that govern your country matters. A government who does not care about you matters. Rising taxes, rising utility bills, pot duties that you cannot afford. Businesses are leaving our shores, all because one man knows that he has the monopoly on our elections in Dominica. You all understand how dangerous that is? If somebody knows, no matter what they do to you, you cannot leave. Do you know how dangerous that is? Brothers and sisters, much to be said. Today, the nurses who continue to leave Dominica in droves, looking for better opportunities off island. I invite you to stand today. Stand for a Dominica where your interests will be put first, where you will be first-class citizens in your homeland and you don't have to run to other nations and be second-class citizens. Dominica is Dominica for all Dominicans, and it is time to rescue Dominica. We want electoral reform and we want it now. Brothers and sisters, this is an exemplary brother. I call him Big Brother. He has sacrificed so much for Dominica. Imagine this man got a salary as a parliamentary representative, knowing fully well, Roseau North, I commend you, knowing fully well that the people of Roseau North would have voted him in the sham election. He did not contest because he was not willing to subject his people to a system that was not free and fair. And today, he's just another regular citizen. He sacrificed a salary because he stood for what was right. It gives me the greatest pleasure to call my big brother, Brother Danny Luge, from the Roseau North constituency to the podium. Welcome, big brother.
Good afternoon, patriots. Civics was removed from the school's curriculum And so I have no choice to take it to the streets and to take it to the riverside. Patriots! This afternoon I'd like to issue a 44 years late posthumous apology to Dominica's first Prime Minister, the late Honorable Patrick Roland John, his wife Desiree John, and to the entire John family. May 29th, 1979, that is exactly 44 years and 2 days ago. Honorable Patrick John, in retrospect, was an angel in comparison to what we have today. And yet Charles Sovereign mobilized the Cool Wash Brigade that stunned the late Patrick John out of office, as confirmed by Little Tony. Patrick John never stole lands or received lands as a gift from an old lady in the valley. Patrick John never sold one diplomatic passport to Susan Oldie, nor used the proceeds for his general election campaign. Patrick John never stole an election. Patrick John did not build for himself free multi-million dollar mansions in Vegas and Mont Daniel. Patrick John never paid himself $64,000 per month housing allowance to rent his own house. Patrick John did not give away the portfolio of finance minister to Anthony Hayden, who decides which foreigner or which Chinese company will be awarded building contracts. Anthony Hayden, Dominica's real finance minister, gives every single multi-million dollar project, including the money laundering international airport, to foreigners, and Sheriff cannot do a damn thing about it. If you control Dominica's money, yes, you control cabinet and you control Sheriff. This is the monster that Roosevelt Sheriff has created, and only you, my people, can stop it. Patrick John, 44 years ago, was an angel, and tell the world that I, Danny Luge, say so. Mrs. Desiree John, on behalf of my family and myself, I'd like to publicly apologize to you and the entire John family for what Dominica did to your husband and Dominica's first Prime Minister. We are sorry. And now to some housekeeping, bread and butter matters. I will leave electoral reform to my distinguished colleagues. Patriots, I call on you to put on your breastplate of righteous revolution and get ready to reclaim your country by any means necessary. Young people, take back your country. My dad used to say, when he was angry, damn it to hell, that's enough. When will the people agree that enough is enough? I feel the pain of our youth, Dominica's lost generation. People cannot make ends meet anymore in Dominica. There's a new class of people who have replaced the working class and middle class, and that is Dominica's working poor. It's from hand to mouth for the average working family. Young people who once made an independent living in their communities are now in the lowest paying jobs, either NEP or with private security firms. All indigenous business owners are crying suku. Damn it to hell, we've had enough. The only people who are making it big and living large in Dominica are Skerrit and his hand-picked passport agents. They're milking our passport millions to death. And they're still rude enough to tell us that we are racist against the Chinese. Ministers of government are building hotels, but let me remind you that it all belongs to the people of Dominica. And the people of Dominica will reclaim it in the fullness of time. Mr. Skerrit, can you tell me who is the owner of the $50 million Sagasso building in the middle of Roseau? Even a civil servant is building a US $75 million hotel in La de Coco with our passport money. Where else in the civilized world can that happen? And when you hear quotations of inflated six-figure building projects, is their kickbacks sit down, making ding-dang in brown paper bags. Ask Capitol about that. But we want our money back in the treasury. Every cent of it. Damn it to hell! We've had enough of scary bullshit! Anthony Hayden, the chief passport agent, is now an out-of-control monster, even more powerful than Dominica's cabinet. How did that happen? How did that happen? Hayden is calling all the shots, and Skerrit cannot do a damn thing about it. Anthony Hayden decides who gets contracts to build everything. All the dysfunctional health centers, all the falling down and leaky apartments, the 2 years quote-unquote Marriott hospital is leaking before it even opened the front doors. The $1.3 billion money London International Airport is in the hands of the same man that built the perfume fragrance apartments in Bellevue Chopin that Siri exposed. Let's give Patriot Siri a round of applause for his year-in, year-out work of exposing those sacre volets. Yes, big up to Patriot Siri. And Anthony Hayden, so bold-faced, he even put a big sign on the entrance saying, built by Montreal Management. When Skerrit secretly promised and assured the first Chinese company that they would be the ones who would get the airport contract, Anthony Hayden said, hell no, not a damn. At that time, construction of Palace number 2 was in full steam at Mount Daniel. But to Prime Minister's great surprise, the second Chinese company, China Railway number 5, was single-handedly chosen by Anthony Hayden to build the $1.3 billion money laundering international airport. And that is the real reason why construction work slowed down on mansion number 2 at Mount Daniel. But isn't that the third multi-million-dollar mansion that cannot be explained by its legal income? Then there is the house of dark secrets in the middle of Roseau, the Sargasso house, of which the DBS reporter questioned, causing Skerritt to burst a blood vessel. Yes, pressure does burst pipe. But remember well, those mansions go as far back as the lilac-colored villas. You remember Honorable Edison James asked him about it? And the famous Bubbles, he raised his hand and said his mind, built and paid for with his golden crab financing plan. Damn it to hell! Where are the IPO commissioners? Where is Steve Hyacinth and his castrated team? Where is Daniel Carbon? Where is the criminal investigation department? Where is the head of the FIU? Where is the DPP? It is their job to make sure that the hungry hyenas don't get away. Thank God for Cara Shillingford Marsh. She is the only IPO commissioner doing her job. A fearless rising star in the legal circuit, kicking little Tony butt like a deflated football in every Caribbean courtroom. Let's give Cara Shillingford Marsh a round of applause. I recommend her as Dominica's newest King's Counsel. Now to another troubling matter. Can you believe that the $500,000 Jeep Wrangler, that expensive SUV gift that Chairman Steve Hyacinth trying to sweep under the rug, well, this will be exposed. Cara will declare them. The commissioners are seemingly, actively covering up the greatest financial crime in Dominica's history. Damn it to hell! We've had enough of these thieves and their IPO enablers. We demand the immediate resignation of Steve Hyacinth. He is a saboteur of democratic principles and a saboteur of democratic institutions. Duncan Stowe and his fellow commissioners, who are passport agents, are saboteurs of democratic principles and saboteurs of electoral commission. There's too much conflict of interest in these handsomely paid passport agents. They too must resign forthwith. This is the people's demand. And kudos to Hillary Shillingford and Wayne James for speaking out for Dominica with clarity for many years on the electoral reform agenda. Let's give Wayne and Hillary a round of applause. You know, I would not mind if these hungry hyenas were taking a little for themselves, but making sure that our young people have a future in our country. Imagine 23,794 CBI passports sold between 2016 to 2020. That is $5.4 billion. And don't forget that after that period, between 2020 and today, 2023, we must have sold another $2 billion in passport revenue. Every Dominican, man, woman, born and unborn child, should be living sweet in this country with that kind of money. Did you hear me? $5.4 billion plus $2 billion and counting. For God's sake, diaspora Dominicans should be coming back home to build their country and to build our international airport, dry cash, large ashes. But damn it to hell, these hungry hyenas want everything for themselves. And they have us starving while scared boasting foreign workers sending home $200 million plus to their family. What kind of man is this? Imagine your government even turn your back on the inmates of Rocker Home. Magwesa. Is that how we treat our senior citizens and most vulnerable? Scared have no conscience. Every young person you meet want to run away from Dominica as they cannot see a future in their own homeland. Damn it to hell, we've had enough. Dominicans, wake up and take back your country. Wake up! I'm calling all our young sleeping giants to rise up and take back the country. The power of our young people is greater than the people in power. It's now or never for the people's popular revolution. Yes, I said it. Time for the people's popular revolution. God bless all the patriots. God bless the Commonwealth of Dominica. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Right on top. We are home, man.
Thank you, Brother Danny. For being my big Brother Danny. I wish more of us young people would stand like those who stood in 79. But I understand that the circumstances are different. But what stands true then, as it stands true now, is that the power in people is greater than the people in power. That truth will never change. And so all we must do, all we have to do, is take back our power. So many of our young people are afraid to stand in the crowds today because they fear that they will be victimized. They fear that the government, listen to this, the government's apartments that house them will be taken from them. A government who cares for you will create the avenue for you to be able to work hard and earn your keep and build homes that you can leave for your children. But government apartments are government apartments. And these apartments will not allow you to create the generational wealth that will allow your children to do better than you. And so they have us where they want us, in a system where they are the bosses, they are the gods, they are the be all and do all. And young people, it is time that you take a stand. Because you don't want to be housed. You don't want to be fed. You want the opportunities for you to house yourself and feed yourself. Most of our men have been emasculated. They can barely take care of their families. We see so much young deaths, so much gun violence. But idle hands are the devil's work tools. And our young men need more jobs to keep them preoccupied. A young man, may he rest in peace, drowned on his blood a few days ago in Grande because our emergency system, our emergency response was too slow. We can do better. While fellas out there building mansions and hotels for Zandoli, our hospital is in dire need of resources, both human and physical. We can do better. ICU does not have the resources to save a human life. We can do better. Do not wait for it to hit your doorstep. Brothers and sisters, this afternoon, hailing from the Kalinago territory, I invite to the microphone a wonderful sister who stands in this fight for a better Dominica, in the fight to rescue Dominica. Our Iron Lady, Mrs. Annette Sanford. Welcome to the microphone.
Dominicans! Are you ready to take your country back? I am ready. A few months ago when I got employed at the Dominica State College, I was called in to have a few words with. And then I was told, you know, you have to be careful with what you say because there are a lot of spies around and I don't want you to lose your job. But I want to say that no amount of spies around Dominica can take away my freedom of speech. And so, brothers and sisters, whether you are here in Dominica or whether you are abroad listening, I am very grateful for this opportunity to be here today to speak on the issue of electoral reform. The process of reforming our election is by design an ongoing exercise. And it is very shameful that we are here today under these circumstances, when the people who are supposed to administer the affairs of our country are refusing to give us electoral reform. The majority of our democracy demands regular audits and regular reform. Election is a process where the public chooses a representative to conduct the affairs of the state. It is a public choice. The avenue by which the public makes its choice should be free and it should be fair. The Westminster system in Dominica allows for the choice between political parties. These parties put forward a candidate and their policies as well as their program, and the people should choose. A mature democracy allows for free information on matters of political parties and their candidates. Any attempt to circumvent the people from open and free access to party policies, it means it's fraudulent and it's wrong. The existing regulations and action of this regime imposed upon us by this government is not free and it is not fair. It denigrates our democracy and introduces authoritarian rule. Any leader and any organization that by real means of fraud look to dominate a system of public choice is evil, and I say they are of the devil. God the Redeemer, those of us who are Christians know that He gives every one of us the freedom of agency. We have the right to choose. So if ever there's a leader who wants to dominate fully, he is not of God. And therefore, you cannot be a Christian and encourage corruption, lies, deceit. There's no way you can lead a church and encourage any leader to pursue lies and deceit on the people and cause their suffering. And so, we must exercise the goodwill of choice. So today, I call on the people of Dominica that we should end the works of the evil one. The evidence is upon us. Let us bring our hearts and minds together to see the continuous attempt by this government to deny the people of election reform, how evil it really is. And that evil needs to be trampled upon by the people of Dominica. It is only when, and I quote from the Bible, God said, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, seek my face, pray, and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will heal their land. Dominicans, we need healing in our Dominica. And I can tell you, we need healing in our healthcare system because I see it every day. There are many of you who have families or relatives who come to the hospital, elderlies, sick, cannot do anything for themselves, and cannot get a simple turn from morning to night, and so they end up with bed sores. You go to the hospital for a simple thing, and instead of spending 2 days, you end up spending 2 months, or sometimes 3 months. There are many of you who will not be able to pay your hospital bills. And you know what they tell you? You have to write a letter to the Prime Minister to ask him to meet the cost of these bills. And what happens to you if he's unable to meet this cost? What if he says no? There are many of you who will not do your surgery. I've seen patients die because they do not have the money and they do not have the family support to be able to meet the healthcare bills. This is the Dominica we are in. And many times we hear the Minister of Health, the Prime Minister say that we have the best healthcare system in Dominica. We have beautiful structures, but we lack a proper healthcare system. Our nurses are crying out, they're struggling. Just last week, about 13 nurses about to resign, and many more will come. When your family goes to the hospital, what is going to happen to them? How many times, maybe some of you who are hospitalized go to the hospital and call out to a nurse and they don't respond to you because there's staff shortage. They spend maybe a whole day at the hospital patients without seeing a nurse, maybe just to get the vital signs done or the medication, but nothing else. This is what our healthcare system is like. Places in Marigot, what happened to the hospital in Marigot? Almost 4 years now, we cannot have that hospital in Marigot. What about Portsmouth? What's happening to the healthcare system in Portsmouth? How many of you have visited the Portsmouth hospital? This is not the healthcare that we want for our people. And this is happening because we consistently put in the people who do not care for us and the people who impose themselves on us. And sometimes I don't want to say and blame Skerritt, today. I blame you, the people, who keep on going to the polls and keep on putting that X by the name. If you want better health care, and if you want better for your communities, you will vote differently. You have the freedom of choice. You have the power within you. And therefore, Dominica depends on you. Not on the United Workers' Party, not on CCM, not on Skerritt. Dominica depends on you. And therefore, I encourage every one of you, those of you listening via the social media, those of you who refuse to come here maybe because you're afraid, now is not the time to be afraid. We have to take our country back. We have to bring better back to our country, and it is only through every one of us. So Dominicans, have a good night, and I wish you all the best for the coming.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Miss Sanford, a formidable woman in the Kalinago territory. You heard she asked us, are we ready to take back our country? And she said as well, I am ready, meaning she is ready. And ladies and gentlemen, we need to let's put our hands together for our Kalinago brothers and sisters. They played their part in rescuing this country. And so just maybe, Annette, where you? Maybe, my sister, we need to call on the people, the Kalinago people, to once again help us rescue this country. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of some housekeeping matters, if you want to do number 1 or number 2, there's some toilets, portable toilets, that is to my right. That is it, just in case you need to do number 1 or number 2. Thank you. Because we want to leave here even better in terms of cleanliness than how we met it. Also too, we want to thank the police for being here today in their numbers and protecting us, the people. That is what the job of the police is supposed to be, ladies and gentlemen. Also as well, I'm seeing here the fire and ambulance service in terms of a bus. And be ready just in case one of us falls sick or something. So again, we want to thank the statesmen in Dominica for providing that service to us, the people of Dominica. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little break in just a while, and we're going to hear from our brother from Marigot. But just before we hear from our brother from Marigot, Mr. DJ, I think you have a track queued up that is from a brother from Jamaica. Please let it go for the people at this time. Is that the case?
Now they tell me what the fuck. I hear them say I'm everything.
Is that the case, Dominica?
Christ, it's born, it's right. Yeah, bring the right connections. You can have anything that you like. Yeah, alright, yeah. You can have anything till we wanna see.
Ladies and gentlemen, is that the case?
Oh Lord, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, Dominica, say love. Oh yeah, here poor down.
Ladies and gentlemen, is that the case? Is our country for sale? Has our country been sold? I leave that for you to answer consciously. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to Mrs. John Baptist to introduce the next performer for us, a young lady in the crowd messaged me and told me to remember to mention that there was a brother yesterday and the day before who is alleged paid persons in Dominica, was going around the country paying persons so that these persons could not attend this event today. And I'm asking the question, if that is the case, is that the case of this brother being a house slave or a yard slave? But let me send a message to this brother, that you today, you may be doing the biddings of the powers that be. But based on what I have been hearing from you, my brother, I know you know better, and you ought to be doing better. You are exposing yourself. You are exposing yourself. Please, my brother, be guided. You know what is good to do, so please do the good. Ladies and gentlemen, before I leave the stage, I already hailed up my brother Lee from Salisbury. I also think I saw a brother in the crowd. Where is he? Brother Blessings, where are you? Brother Tyrone Anthony, where are you? That is a solid patriotic brother. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands for Tyrone Anthony Blessings. When I don't have the strength, he got the strength. When you don't have the strength, he got the strength. And so we always need to pay tribute, special attention to the special people among us. It's not that I'm saying all of us are not special, but Blessings have a special talent, and we need to give it to this brother. So once again, let's put our hands for Brother Blessings. Sister Monel, come forth.
Thank you, Brother Lofty. Put your hands together for all of you who are here today. We want electoral reform and we want it. No. We want electoral reform and we want it. No. We want it. No. Now, come on people, let them hear you. Sound the voice. Call into the microphone for a little bit of entertainment. You all know all work and no play make Jack and Jill a dog boy, right? So let us just shake up our legs and be in a soul pose. Yes. Soul pose, come from. Calling soul pose to give us some entertainment, our brother.
Dominica, you there? Yeah, I know many of us here want to go away. Many of us here who are abroad don't want to come back. Because something is wrong in Dominica, we are under pressure. So we have to go electoral reform. So we have to stay here a little longer. And we have to do it. Okay? Somebody will try. Where can I travel? And probably another one. Being unafraid. Let's hear my Lord. They're going to get their voice is struggling for our rights in this country. I sing. Yes. Every day I listen to people say, life is too hard here in the air. They going away, they going away. Too much government victimization, too much police persecution. They going away, they going away. Dominica reach at the end. There is no hope for the children. I have no passport and visa, but something keep holding me down there. Where can I travel? Where can I go? Where there is no gunshots, crime is not up, and the law not enforced by crazy courts. Where can I travel? Where can I go? Where the black leaders stop fooling supporters and try to become dictators. Dominica may be the worst, but I can't help wanting to fix my country first. That's why I'm still here. That's why we are here. We want to fix Dominica. Stand up for electoral reform. That is why we are here. Sing. Be not afraid. stand up strong. Sing! What was wrong doing you for to feel? Walking for freedom and you in jail. So they're running away, they're running away. Every other store is a Chinese shop. Why don't we get selling on the sidewalk? So they're running away, they're running away. Close on all local business people. They're paying for living with principle. Only a few supporting the struggle. Should I go? Should I stay? Or where should I run to? Where can I travel? Where can I go? Where there is no gunshots, crime is not up, and the law not enforced by guilty courts. Where can I travel? Where can I go? Where the black leaders stop running from others and trying to become dictators. Dominica, they be worse, but I can't help until I keep my country first. That's why I'm still here. Stand up for your rights, Dominica. It's not an easy cause, but we are here. Every day, every time. Sing. I said that word. Sing. My friends, they get tired for a seat. They don't know how come I'm still here. They staying away. They staying away. They might visit for a holiday, but they will never return to stay. They staying away, they staying away. But if everyone run, then who will stand? What will become of this blessed land? Abandoned in the hands of criminals. But I will hold the one here a little longer. Where can I travel? Where can I go? Where there is no conscience, crime is not up, and the law not enforced by cruel courts. Where can I travel? Where can I go? Where the black leaders stop running supporters and trying to become dictators. Dominica, they be worse, but I can't help until I'm clean up the backyard first. That's why I'm still here. Good man, so stand up for your rights, Dominica, and be not afraid. Be not afraid. At this point, you can willing to now. Good man. Right now. So that's why you have to be not afraid and stand up bravely for your rights. Yeah. We live in a time when the rulers of men are scornful of principles of godliness, wisdom and freedom. But who comes quickly? Who comes quickly? Yes, they use and abuse women, they raise no children, they live a life of wicked thoughts, corruption, embarrassment and shame. So in order to maintain power against a very forces of nation, they need to have the citizens living in fear. Man, but
not afraid, for there is no enemy. I'm not afraid to speak of what oppresses him, enslave himself to one man just like him. But be not afraid, for who from suddenly just as the longest road comes to a bend, so do the evil works of evil men come to. So we don't come to an end. I sing the works of evil men soon to come to an end. Be not afraid. I sing. Their kingdom they would leave if they feel that they could cross the sea. But whoa, comes swiftly. Who comes quickly. Yeah. Now who does the one please? And now your man my victimizing, they never because today their parties in power. But they do what they do is wrong, and it's weighing their conscience down, because all men know that human rules the hour. But be not afraid, for there is no enemy. I'm not afraid to speak what oppresses him, enslave himself to one man just like him. But be not afraid, for who comes suddenly, just as the longest road comes to a bend, so to the evil works of evil men come to. So don't come to an end.
Dominicans, be not afraid.
Nothing lasts forever. Tell them on it, nothing lasts forever.
There is your enemy.
There is your enemy.
Tell us again, Mr. DJs.
In life and in the Bible, we have seen the fall of their people. They never learn, they believe they are in the next level. But who comes swiftly? Who comes quickly? Yes, but the days are numbered, all the days are low. Their hate, their division, the anger, the poverty they have sown. But it's coming to have a say, when the oppressor have their say, when all those who will Dominica will have to bleed. But be not afraid, for there is your enemy. I'm not afraid to speak of what oppresses him, enslave himself to one man just like him.
You'll never be not afraid.
For who comes suddenly, just as the longest road comes to a bend, so through the evil works of evil men come to. The works of evil men come to. Sweet unto them. Be not afraid. Be not afraid. Stand up for the right. Wow.
What a message! What a message, Dominicans! Be not afraid! Be not afraid! electoral reform for the nurses who are struggling, for our teachers, 10 years in the service and not appointed. We want electoral reform, and we want it now. We want it now. Brothers and sisters, so we have a message from the leader of the Dominica Freedom Party, but this will be played by recording. So we're just awaiting Mr. DJ to set up, so we can allow us to listen to the one electoral reform, and we want it now. We want electoral reform for the nurses who are struggling, for
fellow patriots,
our teachers, 10 years in the service and not appointed. We want electoral reform, and we want it
and citizens. Today we gather here in unity, fueled by our unwavering love for our island and the belief that a prosperous and just society can only be achieved through good governance and democracy. We gather here today, even in the rains, to fight against corruption, bad governance, lack of opportunity, and electoral malfeasance that have plagued our nation for far too long. My friends, it is undeniable that our island has been battered by the greed and self-interest of those in power. They have neglected the needs of Dominicans, leaving us disillusioned, economically strangled, and desperate for change. But today we can make a solemn promise to ourselves and future generations. Today we loudly say we will not allow the future of our island to be stolen and destroyed. We will not, indeed we cannot, waver in our battle for a better future. A future built on integrity, transparency, accountability, and opportunity. But this battle, my friends, is not just about democracy. It is about preserving our identity, our values, and our unique way of life on this island. We simply refuse to let our beloved island be swallowed up by foreign interests, tribalism, and violence. We refuse to let corruption and bad governance define who we are. We simply refuse to let our people suffer while a select few profit from their misery. So we are here today to fight, in fact, for the very soul of our island. We are here today to ensure that the sacrifices our enslaved forefathers was not for naught. We are here today to ensure that the inheritance previous generations of Dominicans handed to us of a politically and economically independent nation, where people of African descent get to determine a unique destiny, is not sacrificed. That vision is not sacrificed for a bowl of soup from foreign interests and their local immigrants. We are here to ensure that the greedy among us do not wreck the future of our own descendants, simply line their pockets with another dollar. But that is why we do not. Indeed, we cannot lose hope, for our determination knows no bounds. We firmly believe that with the right leadership, with unwavering commitment, we can rebuild a new Dominican future that is founded on the principles we hold dear. We envision a future where integrity guides every decision, transparency permits every institution, accountability is demanded from those in power, and opportunity is created for all regardless of political affiliation. However, we must acknowledge, my friends, that the path ahead will not be easy. We will face challenges and obstacles, and we will, in fact, endure pain and hardships. But always remember, we fight for the forces of good, the forces of justice. Remember, that we fight for the opportunity to become a thriving and prosperous nation that can inspire the world. Such a noble cause requires sacrifices for each of us, but these are sacrifices that we proudly embrace as we work towards that successful future for all. Today, as we gather here then, let us remember the abundant love we have for our island, our mothers, our fathers, our children, and all the descendants of Dominica into the future. It is this love that unites us, that fuels our determination, and that brings us together in the spiritual moment. We are not just the lovely ones, we are the loving ones. Together then, let us rise above the challenges, transcend the divisions, and embrace the vision of a new Dominican future. Let us hold ourselves and our leaders accountable, demanding the integrity, transparency, and opportunity that our island deserves. In this fight for the soul of our nation, let our love guide us, let our unity strengthen us, and let our commitment to good governance shine as a beacon of hope. Let us fight this day well and hard, so that when one day our flourishing and globally respected descendants look back in history, they will say with gratitude and pride that this was the time. These were the days when the future hung in the balance and the true patriots gathered at the river's edge and committed to the great battle to secure their freedom and their glory. So my friends, this rally is not the end, not even the end of the beginning. But let this rally symbolize our ongoing psychological rally to ensure that we, the good citizens of Dominica, will never give up, will never surrender the future of our nation. I thank you. Thank you, my fellow patriots, for standing tall. Thank you for standing bravely as we all journey towards this bright and glorious future. May God bless and protect us all.
God bless you. One now. Brothers and sisters. We thank our brother, Mr. Bernardito, leader of the Dominica Freedom Party. This is not a UWP thing, it's not a Labour thing, it's not a Freedom thing, it's not a CCM or NJAM thing. This is a Dominica thing. This is a people's thing, all right? This is a movement for electoral reform, for the rescue of our great nation, Dominica. And in this fight, there is no color, because Dominica is all of ours. At this time, we wish to call to the microphone former nurse Rosie Phillips. She's still a practicing nurse. She's still a practicing nurse. Once a nurse, always a nurse. But I wish to call to the microphone Nurse Rosie Phillips to come and give us a few words of solidarity. Please put your hands together for her.
Like Mother Williams a few years ago, I rise. Dominica, we rise to stand for electoral reform. In 1979, these teenagers stood for Dominica, and I'm standing again. In December 2022, after our sham election, our IPM, that stands for Illegal Prime Minister, told us he's going to reset the country or the cabinet. Mr. IPM, we don't want reset, we want reform. Electoral reform, that's what we want for Dominica. So stop playing a cocoa macaque with Mr. Dennis Byron and give us electoral reform. Electoral reform, in a nutshell, are rules of law to govern election. We've not enjoyed that in Dominica. Dominica for the past few cycles. And I want today to challenge those people whom he has made part of the reset. Because they say, si panis futiwe, si panis vole. All of these ministers and senators, whatever they are, they came along with, they wrote on the back of the sham election, they came back as resets, and they're refusing to give us electoral reform. So today I'm calling them by name, starting with the IPM. Mr. IPM, we want electoral reform, not reset or whatever you're calling it. What you call it the other day? Mobilization. Or modernization. When we want a modern Dominica that is not ruled by corruption and stealing of election. Dr. Irving McIntyre, you are not the Minister of Finance. We want a reset of our economy in our country. We are like cataracts. We want to be up there. We want reform and reset in our economy. But first, give us the money, give the commission the money for electoral reform. Dr. Vince Henderson, you were away. You came back. You leave north and you go south. We want reform. We don't just want to change in constituency. Dr. Henderson, we want electoral reform. Speak to the ear of your ITM. Mr. Cassani Laville, you are not the Minister of Health. Health is in agony. We want reform. I've been a nurse for 35 years. And to correct my dear sister, I'm still a nurse and a midwife. I practice in one, I just not working in the public sector. According to Mr. Edison James, I'm not retired, I put on new tire. So Mr. Lavin, my dear friend, speak to Prime Minister, the IPM. Tell him to give us our electoral reform. Melissa Popon gets carried. Talk to your dearly beloved. Speak in his ears when you lie down in the bed between his fingers. Tell him to give the people electoral reform. We want it and we want it now. And if you don't give it to us, we will take it. Mr. Roland Roye, Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, Blue Economy. Alas, I'm not a farmer. But we all know food security is important. And if we do not have electoral reform, this will finish before agriculture. It's not fair. Mr. Roye, speak to your IPM and give us electoral reform. We want it now. Miss Denise Charles, Tourism Minister, we have rules governing the country, and when foreigners come, including tourists, we want our electoral reform so that our election can be free and fair, not just forget about your winning legacy suit. We want free and fair election. Fidel Grant, my dearly beloved, I spoke to you when you were going on that ship. You did not listen. Talk to you. See what was happening in West Sea and Marigot, you getting the blame for it? Talk to your IPM. You are part of the reset. We want election reform, Mr. Grant. Miriam Blanchard, Minister for Labor, Public Service. Entrepreneurship. Our people suffering. Others who try a business before they start the business. Who they already? Give us reform for people to choose.
but give the people what we want. People talking about people complaining, Dominica, on the radio they're complaining. The priest and the pastor saying the people complain, but you know what the scripture says? Where there is a wicked government, the people groan. Give us electoral reform. Cause your Frederick and Kalinago man and last. We heard our sisters speak and we know what's happening in Kalinago country. Let our people be free. Let them choose for themselves. Do not start bribing them. Mr. Kozia, talk to the IPM. Octavia Alfred, I regarded you as an honorable teacher. But when I heard you for the campaign for the shock election, tell people, children, campaign for the shock election, tell people, children, it's a government that's giving them everything they want. Shame! Shame on the October Alfred. If we had reform, people would be in a better position to give their children what they want, and you would want to tell enough to give us electoral reform instead. Darren Pinard, Julian Defoe, give us electoral reform. Talk to your IPM on your part of the research, but it's reform we want. Shakira Lockhart, he put it my so-called pal rep. She talked about a new era. Well, there's no new era without electoral reform. We want a new era with electoral reform for Dominica. So Dominica can choose who they want their legitimate government to be. We want a government that will not say they're not fixing, well, let me say a correct, not fixing my streets, because people on my street not supporting and shaking all that one. The new era needs reform, so we will not be victimized. And Dr. Cassandra Williams, my sister in the health profession, you worked in the health profession, and you've seen the misery the health system is. Stand up for electoral reform, Dr. Cassandra. In 35 years I'm a nurse, I've never seen PMH, the China friendship, be so low on resources. Margaret Saab, I understand they cut down the budget for resources at the hospital. What a shame. No one at one time you all used to say no paracetamol. Now you're saying no plaster, no bandage, no IV, no this, and everybody has to buy so many things. Dr. Williams, talk to your IPN, please, and give us our electoral reform. Finella Wenham, Darren Lloyd, Lakia Joseph, and Mr. Raymond Blackmore. I heard Mr. Blackmore yesterday. Yes, I need to give word on that. In his party address to intimidate you not to come over here. You know what came to my mind? It's something like Mr. Scarlett Blackmore. You just go on the radio and tell them something to frighten them. Otherwise, I'll send you home. So he comes and he gives a nice speech to frighten you all, but you all come out. The girl is still there. The girl is still there. Mr. Blackmore, you are security minister for years. Dominica is insecure because we do not have electoral reform, and the people know in government we cannot trust you. We cannot depend on you to fight in our country. We need electoral reform, Mr. Blackmore. As a security minister, that is part of your responsibility, because the rule of law to govern anything is part of our security. So, Mr. Blackmore, do your homework tonight. And by the way, I hope nobody gets arrested here on false allegation as false witness, because every time the people gather, they're arresting somebody and giving false witness. And when they finish, they go in court, and when they get the high position, they cannot serve witness again. Shame, shame, shame. If you did not want February 17th repeat, how come the court case cannot be called? The court case was February 17th. How come it cannot be called? Stop all your wickedness and all your mischievous false witnesses in this place. Oscar George, Kent Edwards, all of y'all, you're part of the problem. It doesn't matter if you're serving that your dream come true, you're serving at a high level, but now what is happening? We're not tired of people groaning and complaining and people begging, talking about violence. To go back to Mr. Blackmore. Mr. Blackmore accusing the coalition movement of planning violence. Dominica has never suffered more psychological violence from any other government than this one. Everybody, our children, our public officers, psychological violence when they intimidate you, when they make you wear red to go and beg. That is a violation of your dignity. Stop begging them. Stop begging them. When our children go for scholarship, whether they earn it because of their academic performance or the parents cannot afford, they have to do their investigation. That one not supporting us more scholarship. And if they don't know, they have to do their research first. And until they show your parents not supporting them, they're not ready to be. There is a psychological violence on our youth. And you talk about being interested in education. Young people, you are the biggest victim when we do not have electoral reform. So come out and support electoral reform. Just to end, I will read you a poem I wrote on electoral reform. Well, suppose you are there, you have to put music and it will be our next time so for electoral reform. But we must have electoral reform, and today should not be the last day we got it. We should march the streets of Roseau and let that listen. There are about 20 people walking in white on a Wednesday, and they're scared of those 20 people. But that's for 10,000 people. Scary is a scared cat. Don't worry, the big wolf we have, he's afraid. So we must come out, and I'm proud of you today for coming out. Let me just say this here. Yes, it is time. It is 2023. No more election without electoral reform. That last sham election, I was so proud of Dominica. They got 30% in the exam. 30%. People voted, that's a big failure. So if you don't see it, people don't want you, just step aside. Step aside, spirit. Anyway, so good. After I'm done here, that poem is for you to turn in a calypso. So let's get it and then I end. Reform, we bound to get it. We need reform. Yes, election reform. Commission not giving it. But we the people coming for it. Watch out, we bound to get it. Scary don't want to lose the election. All you want is to steal it. Tony don't want to lose his monetization. So together the Telecommission, don't clean the voters list. Keep it bloated for their teething feast. But let me remind them, we need reform, election reform. Commission not giving it, but we the people coming for it. Watch out! Electoral reform is a national must. So get rid of the names of those who have turned to dust. Give us our voters' ID card. Zafa, don't that make you mad. Just don't make us get mad. In fact, we warning you. We need reform. Yes, electoral reform. Commission not giving it, but we the people coming for it. Watch out. We're going to get it. Every democracy embracing electoral reform, including campaign financing and voting where you live in. But Dick Taylor wants to rule for life, so he prolonging the strife. Even Donkey buries his head in poverty and passport, not wanting to help stop his partner from behaving soft and soft. So we serve the notice because we need reform. Yes, electoral reform. Commission not giving it, but we the people coming for it. Watch out, terrorists, we come to that. Now, let's go to Parliament and pass the freaking law. You're not escaping, and you're not passing back door. No more bribery, no more trickery, including plenty gifts and pull-up money. 20 years of the corruption is too long. Give us our reform, or else we put your tail in some. So satisfied. Give us our reform. Come 2024, when electoral reform will have finally gotten it done, we will go back to the polls to truly reset Dominica goals. We will rejoice from Kakushin to Kashakunu, and to true progress, Dominica will say, I do. This time we will sing, we have reform. Yes, election reform. Commission did not give it, so we the people took it. Watch out, never again shall we vote without it. I repeat, never again shall we vote without electoral reform. Thank you very
Ladies and gentlemen, do you want an encore? Do you want an encore of that poem? Yes. Nurse Felix, you are powerhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands. Let's give her a round of applause. Scared, watch out. We are coming for it. That is what Nurse Felix said. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the power of the people. Tell Skerritt and Co. we are coming for it. Nurse Felix, I want to thank you on behalf of all of us here and the many viewing on social media. They enjoyed tremendously your presentation this afternoon. So once again, let's give it a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our solid nurse in the house, Nurse Felix. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have some solid brothers among us as well. And they can also departe, as it were, the patois, the dialect that we know as our own. We have Handbag in the house, we have his brother in the house, and we also have Siri in the house, ladies and gentlemen. So without further ado, let's call our brother Siri from Pete Savan with some solid words of encouragement. bien bonsoir. Bien bonsoir tout le monde qui prend du temps à savoir qu'un horizon a essayé de cacher parce que les enfants sont dans la gouvernement et la sécurité fire aussi au vini là. Bon, pas me lever. Sécurité même pas rien. Sécurité même de route là, il pas rien. C'est l'argent payé, il y a d'appoyer une force. Bon, sécurité pas rien. Et on va écouter, et mon sécurité écouter, madame, vous écoutez pour sécurité ça. Avec un bien bonsoir, pour le monde qui va écouter à la radio, par l'internet, tous les invités, tout le monde qui prend du temps au travail, qui organise le travail, qui pour venir là, c'est tout. Avec merci beaucoup. Et bien, il ne faut pas oublier cette diaspora là. Message là, allez, et bien, il y aura séparé, et bien, c'est ça nous l'est. Parce qu'on sait que si on n'a pas de dépendre si nous sommes pour une élection, parce que nous allons pas voter. Si on n'a pas de dépendre si nous qui l'autre côté là pour venir pour voler l'élection. C'est ça qui va passer. Rien qui va faire pour nous voler aller. Parce que ça nous va voler aller, c'est ça qui est là. Ça y va parler de côté, ça y va essayer de faire quoi? Bon, c'est pas la vérité. C'est pas la vérité. Dans mon activité, il faut nous comprendre bien, Syrie, il a nous avons Syrie, 4 ans, la Syrie a parlé. Ils savent que Syrie est volée parce qu'ils sont volés. Pourquoi nous allons lutter contre l'élection réforme là? C'est parce que c'est comme ça qu'il a volé l'élection. Il a essayé d'acheter tout petit à lui, ou ici à Spidas, pour voir plus loin, et bien Byron même, bon, on commencer. Byron, il a goûté. Tout le monde sérieux il a goûté. Byron a goûté. Byron n'a pas fait tout. Si Syrie commence vers vous, langue mon paniso, mettez-vous bien, pas défendre Syrie. Parce que Syrie même, c'est trucs à voler, c'est mouvements à voler. Et bien tout le monde Dominique savent ça. C'est là il fait blanc. C'est là il fait souri ou il fait airport. Souri ou il fait porte. Souri ou il fait pounet. After you wrong, they fait election reform. Ou il fait airport, ou il fait porte, ou il fait pounet. C'est election reform ou on gagner. Après on va tomber comme ça. À son voler comme ça. On la sécurité, regardez. On la sécurité comme ça. Mani rien pour gagner, mani pour perdre. Mon esclavage savent ça. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Mani rien pour perdre. Tout ça là vous pouvez pouvoir. Vous allez la roseau. Vous mettez l'autre roseau. Allez au passage. C'est vrai que vous qui parlez rien, je nous paye même côté là. Vous comprenez? Bon, bah, mon activité. Si vous mettez le monde qui fait, c'est pour manger, il va faire. Il va pour manger pour qu'on aille avant. Si vous êtes le monde qui est tapé, si vous mettez en volet élection pour organiser Electoral Reform, il va organiser un mandat pour toujours être volé. C'est là où on peut prouver qu'on va tout fort. C'est là où nous mettons comme agent pour savoir est-ce que Père Dominique vrai ou? Bon, ou le tuer les, quand fait Electoral Reform, alors il a vu des OECS leaders. Modernization, ça c'est pour tuer les. Il même pas les faire Electoral Reform. Parce qu'ils sont volés. Ils sont volés seulement qui ont fait ça. Vous voyez ça, Marie? C'est un volet seulement qui ont fait ça, ce que vous avez fait là. Et bien, mon monde dit que ça, il va faire ces mouvements à voler, mon esprit lui-même. Écoutez, et bien, mon dit, il va évacuer Syrie. Pas qui est Syrie dans le private number. Qui est Syrie dans le number pour nous négocier. Parce que mon passé, mon dans là où il y a évacué, qui vient ça, qui font ça, ils vont acheter et monter la monnaie. Mon monde dit la monnaie. S'ils ont 1 million, nous allons négocier 1 million. S'ils ont 100, nous allons négocier 100. But comment nous ne sommes pas connaître? D'accord, Scary dit ça, allez payer ça, mon frère. Scary, t'as qu'à parler de ça. Zola, on va parler de Scary. Allez, paye ça. Ça, il fait ça mieux soir. Tout ce monde n'a pas enveloppe à $300 là. En bagatelle au store. Any people want to. L'hôpital la ville. Moun ka souffert. Ou ka venir store avec enveloppe. Comment ça? Scary yo avec un yo venir store avec enveloppe $300. Kaba moun a store. Avec any people want to. Moun qui tombe pas draw, moun qui pas faire avec $200 là. Est-ce que peuple Dominique va comme ça? Moun qui travaille pas draw, bon moun qui pas faire avec $300 en enveloppe à ça. Et vous me laissez dans la radio on dit si tu as menti. Donc on va se payer. Moun qui travaille pas taper l'argent yo, bon moun qui pas faire avec $300 en enveloppe à stop some your way. This story like a venu avec cochonnerie et magie là, pas venir en pile ça comme constituency. Parce que depuis yo dit moi ça, moi vais parler, il y a là avec ça. Parce que moi me parler avec story. Malé rien pour faire story. Moi la paye ça sans faire. Malé ouais, malé parler bail, malé rien pour faire veille. Si commence là yo avant, parce que toi mon frère en économie qui a profité. Si l'économie est bon, nous tout qui est bon. Ça nous va nous évan. Yam nous évan. Chou nous évan. Là, on va tourner. Ou pas payer NIP. Ou pas payer mon gouvernement. On va mettre $300 enveloppe. Non, non, vraiment, quand comme ça. Pour dire ça qu'on est quand comme ça. Moun qui travaille pas taper l'argent. Et moun qui va faire rien avec une enveloppe $200. C'est une affaire pour moun pour t'aider. Et tout ce moun qui a un spirit là, le va regarder pour interroger à yo. Et bien le va regarder pour parler à ou, pour cloner ou, yo même taper ça yo va taper et ou va venir comme ça pour elle. Et bien même si vous tapez rien, c'est un petit pilote, ça yo va taper. Donc vous êtes là, avant on finit. Vous savez, nous allons parler de ce qu'il a comblé. Parce qu'ils savent que c'est la vérité qu'on va parler. Moi, ils savent que ça les fait. Là, vous allez aller, là, vous allez venir. Et là, vous allez, là, vous allez aller. Vous avez un passeport pour la Brits. Là, les cocos. Passeport, c'est ça, qui monde? Ça, Dominique. Ça veut dire, c'est ça, Dominique. Chaque monde qui a un pays, c'est le révisé. Ok? Vous avez un passeport là, les un passeport là, vous avez un l'argent là, bon, il y a un cachet, vous avez pas yo. Vous avez un l'argent là pour faire un hôtel. À la chose là, on dit 5-star hôtel, bon, on suit même pas. Vous comprenez? On suit même pas. 5-star hôtel, on suit ça. Si nous avons dit, nous avons dit, dis on suit maman, on dit tout va dimanche, lundi. Dimanche, nous reviendrons. Si nous avons un passeport, eh bien, nous allons initier l'argent là pour faire un hôtel. Passeport Dominique, vous êtes bien. Passeport Dominique. Nous allons lire l'argent là, l'argent Dominique. Passeport Dominique, l'argent là, pour vendre c'est ça Dominique. Nous allons lire pour faire un hôtel. Combien de pourcentage Dominique? Combien de pourcentage Dominique? Ou pas attendre ça? Ou pas attendre ça? Pour ces passeports là qui va vendre là, Dominique pas rien. Il va organiser quoi? Eh bien, on est venu si vous avez supporté ça. Vous avez venir avec 17 000, 50 000, avec si vous avez supporté ça. Passeport Dominique, ou venir l'argent Dominique, ou pas au monde ni. Mon qui va ici, mon dit contre moi, bon mon bandai, mon derrière, monsieur qui va parler, monsieur qui est tout bagaille. Vous voyez? Oh là, nous devons payer ça là. Il a mis de le faire. Quand même, il est dehors parce qu'il a monté à payer un beau yo à you. Là où ça moi, ok, on va voir quoi. On a une niveau c'est juste même au Québec là. Et vous dites la vérité. Yo quand on parle même. Vous avez parlé contre lui, il n'y aura pas qu'à venir pour il va aller prouver que ça vous a dit c'est la vérité. Ça y est, le parlement, il y aura le parlement, il y aura passé tirer vote là, moun ka souffert, yo ka di yo aimé ou, moun ka souffert. Tout bagay cher. Yo lè nan parlement tirer vote là. Vote là c'est pour déranger, yo ka noje. Vote là c'est pour déranger. Yo lè nan parlement tirer vote là from 15 to 70%. Tout bagay ga yo c'est encore. Donc ça y a fait. Yo d'après yo plus ça qui fait Dominique. Yo va mettre vote là 20%. Et yo va essayer moun pour réagir, moun pour téléphoner radio et parler après ça yo va mettre 70%. 70 yo le mettre. Bon si yo va 70 moun parler de bien 15 yo va mettre 20%. Là on parle yo va mettre 70 et yo va mettre calme. Vraiment les volé yo Scarit manière volé ou la caille bien dans bout. Mouvement ça aujourd'hui là c'est pas c'est manière volé. 20 yo les 17. 20 ou parler yo va les 17. Votre 17 est toujours là. Nous va 20 Italia. Pas rentrer en magie à Scarit parce que vous coulez pays après ça va voir pour l'argent. Nous payons 90 000 à FNF. C'est regarder pour on va hausser taxes. On va mettre tout vite. Après 23 years, tout est fait en PFD. 23 years, vous êtes à récolter. Et bien, vous ne pouvez pas récolter. On va faire l'argent. Scarit, dès que le pays, yo wish pour yo et merci. Tamani, va le merci.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands for Cyril. A solid brother from the Pidgin Saban area. Always exposing. Always exposing. We are watching the weather, so we are moving quickly. We have a man in our midst. He calls himself Boots Always on the Ground. Where are you? Mr. Totos Oliver Walsh. Come through, brother.
Good afternoon to my people of Dominica. I'm here today not to say too much, but to prove to you that the God that we serve, the God that got us here today, keeping the courage and telling us that we shall prevail, is a true God. I am from an experience of 7 days in the ICU. I went into a heart surgery, and I'm here because God wants me to be with you. I said in the past, the only way that we can get rid of Roosevelt, Skerritt, and his government is for our people to put their boots on the ground. I compliment each and every one of you here today, putting your boots on the ground. And I want to ask you to join me to say a simple prayer, and we'll move forward. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. As thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. You people here know that this government has been persecuting us. We, the people standing for Dominica. We have a dream that came from the mighty, that we have to stand up for the future of our Dominica, our children and our grandchildren. Christopher Columbus came to Dominica and his pirates, and they took Dominica from the Calinagos and all the settlers that was in Dominica. They saved us. They took our money. They took our wealth. And they moved. When slavery abolished, Dominica was left with the Calinagos and the settlers. We are the settlers. Do you know that today we have pirates of Dominica, not of the Caribbean, of Dominica, pirating our people, taking our wealth, Roosevelt Skerritt. Electoral reform, we want it. Taking our wealth, taking the future of our children and our grandchildren, and giving it to foreigners. And they have their gods coming on the radio and telling our people we are racist against Chinese people. This town, I was brought up in Portersville, Goodwill, and Roseau. That's my zone and my backyard. And this town was occupied by Dominicans and very few business people from overseas, like the Asafans and the Nasif, that come to live on the wealth of our people. Our people grow to know that most of the properties in Roseau was belonging to our people. This government, under this government, not the United Workers' Party, not the Freedom Party, this Labour Party, not Patrick John Labour Party, not Edward Liebland Labour Party, not Frank Barron Labour Party, Skerritt Labour Party, come to Dominica and make our people poor. And by that, he's using our people in order to keep us poor, so there will be no future for our children and our grandchildren. We want one man, one vote. We want electoral reform, so that all the dead people that is on the list, and all the people that are bringing in to vote 3 and 4 times on us, to stop. God is giving us the power to stand where we are today. I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank all the people that feel we still have a battle to fight, and we still have energy to win that fight. So we the people out there, it's not Freedom Party, it's not Labour Party, it's not United Workers' Party. We are Dominican people. We need to stand firm. We need to walk the streets. I am charged for walking the streets of Roseau. That's where I was brought up as a boy. And more than me, there's about 10 of us charged in order that you, the people, would be scared to come out today. I want to tell you, be strong, be positive. Electoral reform, we must get it. We're going for it. Just check what happened from this morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. Brimstone and fire. There was lightning and thunder in Dominica. Today the town washed out. To all the devil water they come and put where we have to stand up today. God wash it out. And we have to keep praying for our children and our grandchildren. We are going to win. Electoral reform must come. And when they tell you people, we're going to walk the streets of Roseau. It's our rights. Remember the Kalinagos was here before us. It is our right to walk the streets and for them to take and pay attention to our call. So we will come back and we have to get what we want. I thank you people. Keep praying and we are going to be victorious. Bye-bye. Boots on the ground.
Mr. Boots on the ground, thank you very much. Dominicans, are you there? Are you guys enjoying yourselves so far? We have to keep it rolling. We are watching the weather, and there are some more speakers to come. We have among us the elderlies, the faithfuls. Let me call one of them now, Margot will do the honors of introducing Miss Ellen. Margot.
Good evening, Dominica. I love to see people come out for their freedom to fight for their rights. Today, the workers are here. You see them, look them there. We're going to put on our eldest worker. This is our eldest to give all you some lyrics. Yes, ma'am.
Dominicans, good evening to everyone. We are the workers. Workers. We are the workers in Dominica. I am. Yes. We are the workers. And we're tired of walking. We need an answer. We're walking. We're enjoying our work. But we cannot get an answer. Up to now, scary Muslims. Let me tell all you a dream. I've been 3 weeks ago. I was going to a supermarket and I saw a lady coming. She said, "Hey, where are you going to?" I said, "I'm not going anywhere." She said, "Yes, you have to go somewhere." I told her, "Where?" "Where?" She told me, "Come. You have to go with me. You have to come." She told me, "You know, ministry." I told her no. She told me to come. She held me and she put me on her shoulder. And she told me, "Go on this window and call. Scare it. Scare it. Let my people go. Scare it. Scare it." I told the lady, "You will not hear." She said to me, "Yes, he have to hear. If he don't hear, don't wait for the last moment." And I frightened from this sleep. I frightened. I couldn't sleep again. So my dear people, we are there, we're struggling. We have to hold on. Scary have to go. By the group, he has to go. Let us all put ourselves together. Not long, he is coming. Not long, he is coming. Scary is going to fall. Okay? Good evening, everybody. I'm from very shortly. These are the workers that have been working for 62 weeks. So we started in May last year. And when we walk every Wednesday, there are some persons that say to us, if we do not have any work to do. This is our job. We are fighting for Dominica. We are standing for our children. We are standing for our children. We work with no fear and we continue to work because we know the end of time with this regime. Soon they will go. We have to. We must big up African Martyr. This is one of our soldiers. Sometimes they call him a blind man. They say a blind man is good with these people. But we are saying we know what we are today. We won't know what we will be tomorrow. Big up to workers. We will continue to work and fight for Dominica. Put your hands together for the Wednesday workers. Ladies and gentlemen, as a young person who doesn't work on a Wednesday, I cannot be anything but in awe at our oldest Wednesday worker, Bertil Vidal from Salisbury, 84 years old. Come on and put your hands together for this lady. She is trying to save Dominica for us. Papa, when you're ready, young people not struggling. But still, you know, like the elderly among us on their way out, and we sit down there in the comfort of our home, at the back of those gadgets, and refuse to work for our freedom. Where she goes? Where she goes? Look at them work for us. Look at them stand for Dominica. Your Dominica, young people. I see the NEP workers when I traverse. Ipani zep pou koute. Se stone yoga koute. Coupe. It don't have grass. It's been very dry. There's no grass to cut. But you see them with their swipers and stone going back on windscreen. Is this what we have reduced our young people to, brothers and sisters? Young people, is this what you have allowed yourself to be reduced to? Because the problem is not the Prime Minister. The problem is not the Commission. The problem is not the Dominica Labour Party. The problem is that enough of us have not stood up against this. United we stand. Divided we will fall. So brothers and sisters, I hope that tonight you are encouraged by the Wednesday workers to stand up for your country. You are encouraged to fight for your freedom. Electoral reform is not a party thing. We are securing our democracy for generations to come. No one man will sit forever on the throne of prime ministership. But when he is gone, we must ensure that our country is secure for future generations. So brothers and sisters, as we move along, we wish to take a message from the political leader of the United Workers' Party. He's not here with us in person, but we have a voice note that has to be played. Like I say, distance does not separate us. The internet has brought everybody to our shores. We can hear from each other. We can be encouraged by each other. And so tonight, from all the way in South Sudan, we listen to Dr. Thompson Fountain, the leader of the United Workers' Party, with his solidarity messages. Mr. DJ, whenever you're ready. We want electoral reform and we want it! We want it! It's a wonderful sight, trust me. I'm happy to see so many of you standing here today. I'm happy to see this. The IPM, he sees it too. Keep standing. We're waiting. For those of you who are interested, the United Workers' Party is having a car raffle on the 3rd of July. And so if you want to purchase a ticket, there are persons backstage who are selling tickets. So for only $5, you can win yourself a brand new. So why don't you go ahead and do that? Take a chance. You may just see the lucky one. We're waiting. Like you know, sometimes technology fails us. But while we wait, brothers and sisters, I want to remind us of a message that was forwarded from Anthony Astafans to Roosevelt Skerries, and he had copied Alex Lawrence and Happy Henry. And that letter is dated Thursday, March 27, 2008. It says, brother, please do not drift too far. Tried calling you again today and just cannot get through. I spoke to Kondwani this morning. There is madness going on at the commission. You need to call Richard and Kondwani. I live today. These guys are talking about reforms to include ID cards and complete re-registration. Such reforms will undermine your re-election legacy, as the opposition will say, look, the commission agreed with us. Reform was required because of widespread fraud. They have admitted that it's only through widespread fraud that they can win elections. But right now, let us move on and go to Dr. Thompson Fountain, all the way to South Sudan.
There comes a time when the people of the country must take a stand. There comes a time when the people of a country must stand for what is right. This time, my fellow Dominicans, is now. Now is the time for us to stand up and demand what is rightfully ours. We are talking about a system that is just, that is fair, and that is right. We are talking about a system of electoral reforms that will allow the people of Dominica to decide who they will elect to rule over them. We are talking about a fair and just system that will allow the residents of the country to decide exactly who to go to the polls. And so, my fellow Dominicans, we are here gathered today to send a very simple message, and that is, the time is now. We have waited for all of these years. We have waited, placing our hopes on some empty promises from Prime Minister who clearly is not willing to give the people what they want. We have spent many years debating and talking about electoral reform. But the time is now. Following the sham elections of 2022, we are left to wonder just exactly where we are going as a people. When the government can decide to do as it wishes, without any consultations with the people, without even caring about the people, then we must pause and ask where exactly it is that we are going. And so by your presence here today, in this place, at this time, you're showing a determination. You're speaking with one voice. You are declaring loudly and clearly that you want electoral reforms. And those electoral reforms must be now. So what is we asking for? We're asking for this government to immediately take to Parliament a package of measures that will strengthen our existing electoral laws. This legislation must include having a clean voters list as number one. Number two, it must include the provision of voter ID cards. Number three, it must clearly state who is entitled to vote in future elections. And number four, it must deal with the issue of campaign finance reform. We cannot, as a people, continue to operate the way that we operated in the past, where an opposition is mercilessly beat down, where the government can use the resources of the state to import voters from all across the world and to usurp the rights of the people who should be making those decisions. We have seen enough of fraud elections. We have seen enough of sham elections. And because of this, and by our presence here today, we are calling on this government to do the right and honorable thing. We are calling on this government to do what is right by the people of Dominica. We have waited long enough. We have cried enough. We have made enough noise. We need to get this done once and for all. You see, Dominicans, what is at stake is the very future of our country. What is at stake is the ability for our people to decide their own destiny. What is at stake is for the rule of the majority to prevail in any working democracy. And by any stretch of the imagination, when you look at the various reports of the electoral observers, whether it's from the OES or from CABICOM or from the Commonwealth, anywhere across the globe, they have all come down with this very same message: that our system is flawed, that our system is broken, and that our system is failed. And so we are standing this day, May 31st, 2023, to send a message that must be heard across this land of Dominica, that we are fed up, that we are tired, and that we need electoral reform. And so, my fellow Dominicans, I don't want you to consider this as the end, but the beginning. I don't want you to think of this as a one-day event, but as an event that is setting the stage for what is to come. And what is to come? What is to come is to maintain the pressure on this government through peaceful means. What is to be done is to continue to agitate for our rights as Dominicans. And what is to be done is to stand firm. So we shall not be moved. We ain't going anywhere. We are not stopping. We are not holding back in our demands for electoral reform, nor will we be quiet until and unless we have electoral reform. So the people of Dominica, and for those of you who have made the sacrifice to be here today, hold strong. To those of you who have come from the far reaches of Dominica, from Capuchin, Scottsdale, Salisbury, Grand Fort, Bunchen, Passibros, Canada Territory, Portsmouth, all across this beautiful land of ours, to be in this place at this time, to send this message to the government. We shall not relent, but will continue to demand for electoral reform. Because at the end of the day, we're doing this for a better Dominica. At the end of the day, we are doing this for a Dominica where every young person will get a fair shot at life. Every young person will have a fair chance of making it in today's Dominica. We are talking about setting the foundation for good governance that will allow us to put in place a government that will look after the interests of the people and not after its own interests. We are talking about a situation where we'll have a government that is chosen by the people, cared for the people. A government who will work in the best interest of the people. Government who will put the resources of the country not in the hands of foreigners, not in the hands of those who will get rich quick, but who will use the resources of the country to develop the country for its people. And so, as the leader of the United Workers' Party, I want to thank you for being here today. I want to thank you from the depths of my heart for committing to this cause. For those of you who contributed in the past to the success of this event by giving your hard-earned money to get the buses in and to take care of the logistics of this event, we want to thank you. It is this type of self-sacrifice that will take us to where we want to go. So I would like you to be encouraged tonight to not lose hope, to not give up. because our better days are ahead. We must go through this. We must go through the pain and the suffering and everything else that goes with it. We have to go through so that a better day can be ushered in. So I want to thank you, all of you, for being here. It got me glad today to think of the huge crowd that is gathered here today, for the people who are listening online, and for all of Dominica. After all, this is about us as a people. This is about Dominica. This is about Dominica. This is about Dominicans standing firm, standing strong, and demanding what is rightfully ours. And so, Dominica, we believe that electoral reform will come. We believe that if we do not get it, we will have to take it. But more importantly, we believe that the day will come when you will be able, as a people, to elect a government of your choice and of your choosing, and a government that will do right by the people of Dominica. I pray that God will bless and keep you, and may God continue to bless our beautiful Dominica. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thompson Fontaine, political leader of the United Workers' Party, and I thank you for all of your support, all of your encouragement, as together we work to build a better, stronger, more prosperous Dominica. Good night.
Put your hands together for the leader of the United Workers' Party, Dr. Thompson Fontaine. Mr. DJ. Electoral reform. We want it and we want it. We want it and we want it. We want it now. Brothers and sisters, I know that the weather is starting to show its pretty face. We thank God for the showers of blessing because it has been very dry. But the program must continue. And I know that you are here just to listen to us and to hear how we move forward as a nation to rescue our Dominica. With that said, I would like to call to the podium our sister in the struggle, She hails from the Castle Bruce constituency. Brothers and sisters, Sheikh Pampalam would not have won the election had it not been for the fraudulent and flawed system, electoral system that we currently have. I know that the people of the Castle Bruce constituency would have returned in 2019 Ernie Lawrence Johnson as their parliamentary representative. So tonight, put your hands together for Ernie Lawrence Johnson as she comes and give us her words of solidarity.
Patriots! Patriots! Zogadori, man. Good evening, everyone. We are here tonight for the cause. And we need to take control of our country. But one man has decided that he will decide who will control. And he has decided that he will take control. But we have decided that that is not going to happen. He does that. He takes control by holding back the process of electoral reform. But we are saying we want electoral reform and we want it now. We want it now. Nothing is going to stop us from getting our electoral reform. Because that is the only thing that is going to set us free in this country. So I call on all the nurses, all the teachers, all the police officers. As a matter of fact, I call on all public officers, truck drivers, bus drivers, backhoe drivers, NEP workers, every single Dominican. I call on you tonight and I ask you to join us as we fight to take back our country. Dominica, we have decided that Skerrit and his regime, we don't want them anymore to control us. We do not want them to take control of the affairs of our country. We want it. And how can we get it? By electoral reform. Because they know they have a lot to lose. That is why he's holding back the process. But he better lose it. He will lose it. Because if he does not want to give it to us, what are we going to do? We are going to take it. Because in any other country, a government that allows these people or has put a bill of $64,000 a month on the backs of these people would be no more. In any other country, a government that allows its young people to live in droves because no jobs are provided for them. Yet, over $200 million leave the country because foreigners alone are getting jobs. These people come, they come with their equipment, they come with their everything, their laborers and everything, and they go back with all our money, while our young people have to live in droves. Where do they go? They go to Antigua, they go to St. Lucia, they go to St. Martin. If jobs are provided in our country, our young people will remain. In any other country, a government that has provided no market choice farmers would be no more. Why do we allow it to happen here? Well, according to our brother Blessing, what is the size of the straw that is going to break the camel's back? We are saying tonight, we are ready and we have made up our minds. We are not going to just come here tonight, We are not just going to come here tonight, talk and go back home, We have to decide what we are doing. We have to decide what is going to happen next. Where is the energy we had in 1979? 1977, sorry. Where is that energy? I remember every day I was in Parish Hall, Every day I was in Parish Hall, and that is where I was reporting to work. We have to decide what we are doing. Enough is enough, Dominicans. Enough is enough. Our Haitian brothers and sisters, we are calling on you as well, because you are suffering. Sokam, souffert, en bas gouvernement Salah. Gouvernement Salah a habité ça. Haitian pour joindre avec nous parce qu'elles sont tout en chambre là aussi. So join nous parce que les nous gourmets pour ça pour mais Dominique, so tout can benefit from it. So we are calling on all the Haitians to appeler les autres pour join nous pardon nous pas gourmets pour tirer Dominique en misère ça hier. I also call on the NEP workers. The NEP workers, most of you live in the apartments, and all of the apartments have problems. Cheap building. And these apartments are sorry case. These apartments are problems. They are leaking, you are combined with the smell of sewage, and you are just in problems in that apartments. But on the other hand, these apartments do not belong to you. They do not belong to you. You need to stand up so you can have your titles, your structured titles for these apartments. So join us, NEP workers. All of you join us because yes, you got a little raise, but see that you are suffering. You too are suffering, and we need you to be with us. So I call on all Dominicans tonight. Join us as we fight for electoral reform. Join us as we fight to take back our country. Join us as we decide we do not want ruthless characters to govern us anymore. So enough is enough. We want electoral reform and we want it now. We want electoral reform and we want it now. So let us stand up. Let us continue the fight. Don't give up. Let us be hopeful. Let us continue the struggle and let us continue the fight. Brothers and sisters, I will not be long because there are many other speakers and the weather is bad. But I am reminding us, don't back down. Don't back down because we need our reform, and as Nurse Rosie said, we are coming for it. We are coming for our reform. So when we decide we're going for it, all of us from hell or high water, all of us going for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Teacher Ernie. Put your hands together for Teacher Ernie. Come on, people. I know the weather is beginning to open its eyes, but I thank all of you for coming out tonight. It's a lovely evening to come together and stand for country. It is a lovely evening to come together and stand for country. Let me hear you, Russell! Russell North, Russell Valley, Russell Central, Russell South! You in the house? All right, brothers and sisters, as we move right along with our program, we would like to call an esteemed gentleman. You know him all too well, and you have heard him speak on the issue of electoral reform. It gives me great pleasure to bring to the microphone our brother, Mr. Johnson Basson. Basso!
Thank you. Thank you indeed. My name is Johnson Boston, and I approve of this gathering and the effort that we are putting out to call on this government, this lazy government, non-productive government, to give us electoral reform. Brothers and sisters, when they heard we came together to plan this rally and to bring you out, they, brothers and sisters, got malvanced. They were afraid. They went on radio and trying to instigate problems in our country. You want a joke to laugh? I heard the Prime Minister saying on news this morning that when the opposition have meetings, then the hotels cannot get guests. The vendors cannot sell. You heard it yourself this morning. The Labour Party is in government for 23 years, and Roosevelt served as Prime Minister for about 19 years. And if the hotels don't have guests and vendors cannot sell, who do you blame? Roosevelt, Skerritt, and the lazy Labour Party. Or we could say his lazy cabinet, brothers and sisters. They are afraid. And afraid of what? When Dominicans come together, no party, no politician can form the fool with Dominicans. When we stand together, we can move mountains. And we are calling on you to stand firmly so that we can achieve electoral reform. We are on this struggle for quite some time, over 13 years. What they have to hide. The reason why they are afraid to give reform is because that there is some cocoa macaque going on in our electoral process. And the only people who can remove that cocoa macaque, not Dennis Byron, not Roosevelt Scarrett, is the people of Dominica. So when we call on you to come out and to show your support to the effort and to demonstrate to the region and the world that we have had enough and we cannot take any more bluff. And therefore, if Roosevelt Scarrett is afraid to provide the resources, mark you, all they have to do is to provide the financial resources for the commission to use it. And then the minister responsible will work with the commission and to take the legislative matters before Parliament. That's all we have to do. And because they're a government, you will give them a little courtesy. But if they malcasse and they have no class, and everything for them is politics and direct politics, then obviously you have to ignore them. And we have to tell ourselves, enough is enough. And sometimes we say we talk too much. We say we talk too much. But do you know, if we had leaders in the opposition who were violent people, Dominica would be in chaos, in serious chaos. The government is more instigating confusion in this country than anything else. Workers working, they're blocking places. People at the bayfront making a daily bread, they're harassing them, brothers and sisters. The UWP plan a meeting, they're harassing them. The coalition group plan a meeting, and they're harassing. Brothers and sisters, we have enough of these people, and we are saying that electoral reform is a must in this country. There are a number of issues to talk about. You heard other speakers said, in terms of jobs, they call you out for votes, they give you packages for votes, but when it comes for jobs, Upa and Sa, they bring foreigners and give it to them, brothers and sisters. You remember they had some dumpers about massacre, Dominica strong, and they had some vary when they came in, moving around the place. No voltage, yes, sir, ole. And they sat there doing airport, and they brought other trucks and other equipment, they said, brothers and sisters. And then they take the land from the people in the wealthy area. Why you can take my land and you haven't paid me? And the guy was showing a video where they were creating around his house and he hadn't gotten money for his property, brothers and sisters. Wherever you heard that in the world, if you're building an airport, the people you have to move and the land you have to acquire, that must be part of the budget. But it don't tell you to build airport. It's like you bring a big set in your house and your house leaking. You bring a big flat screen TV and your galvanized band, let up tomber, tout ça d'abouiller. That's what we're saying in our country, brothers and sisters. And we are the people who elected them. And we have to get them out, brothers and sisters. And this effort tonight should not stop We are going to the length and breadth of this country, and we are saying electoral reform must come, and it must come speedily. And Rooster Skerritt and his gang have no place in electoral reform. They want to hijack it, brothers and sisters, because there is something there that is helping them to stay in government. Something there. You send your children to school so they can learn and they can contribute to the growth of our country. I heard some of them saying, if not Skerritt, who else? Since when? Since when in this country, if not Skerritt, who else? After Skerritt with any government, we had government. After Skerritt, we will still have government. And after 23 years in government, our country, brothers and sisters, you heard Oshby said we are last in everything. Oshby said we are last in everything. St. Kitts left us behind. St. Lucia left us behind. St. Vincent left us behind. They built an airport in St. Vincent, and all this labor, you never hear about it. You know, in St. Kitts, Dennis Byron is from St. Kitts, lives in St. Lucia. His brother was the Attorney General in the last coalition government. And they have reform, they enjoy reform, and when they were working on reform, the Governor General take it over, because that is his role, brothers and sisters, to ensure that there were no partisan control in the whole exercise of reform. And you know, Denzel Douglas did not want reform. But you see what happened? They are back in government. So the reform is not for the UWP. The reform is not for the Freedom Party. The reform is not for the Labour Party. The reform is for the people of Dominica. Get that right into your head. Let them get that into their head and tell them, put it in their pipe and smoke it, brothers and sisters. And this is why we must take charge of reform. This is why we should not allow Dennis Byron and Rooster Skerritt in the little Coco Macaque game playing business. Too much game playing. We had the CCM, the UWP, the Freedom Party, a group of churches and unions coming together to discuss reform. He then brought in CARICOM, OS, and the Commonwealth. And when they presented their report, the lazy Attorney General, the worst in Dominica, and the worst in the region, Levi Peters, is that you know him? He came on radio and read something and said, it is too expensive and it is too late, it will interfere in the election. After the 2019 election, Rooster Skerritt said one of the most vexing issue on the island is electoral reform, and he would hire Dennis Byron to work on it. And the man then, like a thief in the night, brothers and sisters, a vagabond, brothers and sisters, called another general election. And you saw the main opposition boycotted. And people are saying in the region that our parliament has become like a joke because you haven't got the kind of movement there that look after our business. So we must say loud and clear to the Labour Party that we will not go into another election without electoral reform. And there is a saying, who cannot hear will feel, brothers and sisters. And do not provoke us. We are talking, we are advising, we are giving suggestions. Be a clean soul. Be a Christian in your heart, in your person, in your humanity. And hear what we are saying and give us reform. Otherwise, we will take reform. And if they believe that they can depend on our brothers and sisters and our sons and daughters in the police force to create proper the country and expose them to it, well, Quapo will smoke their back, brothers and sisters. So tonight, we have Dennis Linton here, who will speak with you. And we saw the weather was a little tricky on us, but thank God it gave us a good break. And I want to compliment you. Put your hands together for yourself. Be not afraid. And let's advance our struggle for our country. Let's work together for Dominica. Because when Dominica is strong, our economy is vibrant, every citizen of this country will do well. And that is what we want. Those of us in the coalition, those of us in the opposition are better Dominica. Because many of us here could be in cabinet too. Many of us are in front of the side, you know something? I'm going to scare trouble and go in cabinet. But we say no. You know, one scary told me, Master Boy, I would like you to be a senator with us. I say, you know something? I am sleeping well in my bed. I have no mission in my heart for nobody. What's in my heart is justice and peace. And you see this thing they have, Leonard Linton, Edison James, and Thompson Fountain and the rest in the court. We must say, brothers and sisters, that in itself is an abuse of justice. And we cannot be Christian in church praying and singing and seeing this injustice taking place and just say it's okay. We have to say no, it is not okay. Because you're paying thousands of dollars to a Trinidadian lawyer to come here and try to persecute our people who are standing for our people. So whether you're Labourite, whether you're Freedomite, Europeanite, or no rights at all, justice must prevail, and we must stand for justice in this country. And I want to say before I end, Roosevelt Garrett, get out of the electoral reform business. As Prime Minister, provide the resources. Duncan Store, Chairman of the Commission, do your work, brothers and sisters. Thank you, and good evening.
Another patriot in this fight for electoral reform. Electoral reform, like he said, is not for any political party. It is for all Dominicans. It is the way that our electoral and our democratic process can be strengthened, and like any other nation that enjoys the freedom of free and fair election, we deserve the right to do the same. We deserve the right to choose who should govern us. And one man should not have the monopoly on winning elections and choosing for we the people. So we the people, we will continue to stand. We will not relent, we will not back down, because we want electoral reform. Our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean and in the OECS are looking on. They are looking on while Dominica continues to have a government in place who does not care for the people. And yet our people will not stand. We do not stand often enough. Tonight I am so proud of all of you who have decided to take a stand for Dominica. Put your hands together for yourselves. Encourage yourselves, Dominicans. You have nothing left to lose, so encourage yourselves. We have lost more than enough. We have lost our agricultural sector. One thing they're missing to do is front out on that coffin. The vendors are crying, the farmers are crying, the fisher folks are crying, hoteliers are crying, private sector crying.
also dying.
Dominicans, stand up for your country. Tonight,
our people are dying.
it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the mic someone who has more than stood for country. A son of the soil who has been ostracized and victimized like none other. He has stood for Dominica. He has stood by Dominica. He has been punished for Dominica. Okay, brothers and sisters, I was going along with my my introduction here, but let me keep us a bit. Because tonight, before we call one of the stalwarts who continues in this fight for Dominica, I wish to call a young brother, a young man who decided to stand for country, who decided to take on the giant who's very scary, or so he thinks, in the Vegas constituency. But if he man tell him to contest Remo in a free and fair election, and Clement Master will beat him in Vegas too. Tonight, Clement Master, we invite you to the podium to say a few words on electoral reform. Put your hands together for Clement!
Good night, Dominica. Good night, Dominica. Oh, all right. So the one more time, it's not raining, so I don't want a cold response. Good night, Dominica. Good night. And how are you doing? How are you doing? You doing all right? Well, that's good. I am not doing all right. I have a growing concern. I listened to the TBS morning news and I heard the Prime Minister of the land saying that the opposition doesn't support anything productive or progressive in the country. So I said, really? Because I am standing for electoral reform. Are you? Yes. Oh, no, we're in the wrong rally. I am standing for electoral reform. Are you? Yes. So if you are standing, that means you are in agreement to something that is good. Yes. You feel, right? So you're standing for something that is good. So inadvertently, he has already said he doesn't see anything good in that. Did you understand what I said? So if we're standing for something good, and he's saying now we don't stand for anything good, then he's in mind that electoral reform is not important. But guess what? In any democracy, elections are critical. And if you want to build anything good for your country, it must start with the electoral process. And guess what? The ones who get elected, they are the ones who put policy. The ones who get elected, they determine what happened to you, your children, and your children's children. The ones who get elected must go through the electoral process. Now, the extent of their stay is determined by the electoral process. So if it's not important to him, then it's not something that we should sit by idly and do nothing. It is something we need to ask, we need to demand, and we need to remind them that we are the ones who determine what and when they will be there for. Is everybody getting it? Now, if your goal as a Prime Minister is to build a structure which benefits each and every one of us, if your goal is to build a structure which protects the rights of each and every individual, then you will do what is right by doing electoral reform. So, it begs a question, where is your interest right now? Is it for the young? Is it for the old? Or is it for self? And this is what we need to remind each and every one of us here tonight. Because it cannot be that your intention is to build a system that effectively represents each and every Dominican when the foundation is already flawed. And the foundation of any democracy is the electoral process. And if you refuse to fix that foundation, or in building, they say if you refuse to underpin that foundation, a foundation that may be weak, a foundation that may be lacking, a foundation that may have gone through the passage of time,
and you do not strengthen that foundation, no matter what you put on it, it will fall down. Am I clear? So no matter how many airports you want to build, no matter how many children you want to send to university, no matter what you want to do in the country, if the foundation is not solid enough, then we all are going to dive and plunge into peril. And we have seen that time and time again. They use all kinds of schemes, all kinds of machinations, all kinds of actions to limit or to block the process of liberating Dominicans. But guess what? We are strong and we will stand. We will stay resolute. We will continue to push because we all have an equal share in this nation, regardless of our color, our class, our creed, or even our stance. We all should benefit from our land that we as proud Dominicans are able to stand here tonight, regardless of the criticism, regardless of all our own difficulties. We can all unite to one common goal, which is defending Dominica, defending our democracy, and asking for better. And there's nothing wrong in doing this. Absolutely nothing wrong. As a matter of fact, I am sure that we all will go back home tonight and say, yes, we can continue to move our country forward. Every farmer, every bus driver, every teacher, every lecturer, every doctor has an equal share, has an equal say, and has a vested interest in Dominica. And enough is enough. It is time for us to fix our electoral process, give this attention to where it is needed, and to ensure that we can have a brighter day, a brighter future. Guess what? We are here, we are standing. There will be leaders among us. There are those of us there are some people who will want to hide behind the robes of people. But let's stand up and be brave. Let's stand up and be bold. Let's stand up and ask for what is rightfully ours, which is electoral reform. If we ought to move in a right and progressive manner, this is one of the critical things that we have to do today. So regardless of any of the big plans and the big policies that are in place, we need to look at the foundation, and our foundation is electoral reform. I won't be long tonight. I am very brief, and I'm just hoping that we will lead the charge. We will stand and be counted. When you are called to action, when you are called to speak up, we will all come together. I can't make it my decision to stay away from those things. I can make it my policy where I vote with my feet and walk away. I can stay silent and say, well, I need to protect my little job. What? You protect what you have already lost. So we all need to be bold. We all need to stand up as the true Dominicans, stand as our towering mountains, and say, we can all do it together. We will find a way, because where there is a will, there must be a way. I want to say good night, and I thank you for coming out, and we'll continue in the fight. We will continue to push our country. We'll continue to be of service to you, and we will continue to ask for better for those who even move among us, those who can speak, and those who are so saddled with all the gains of the country, and they cannot do nothing much, because guess what? They themselves are suffering for the lack of electoral reform. Good night, and God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me break some news to you guys. Not my breaking news. I just watched my telephone, and because of social media, the world is viewing what is happening here tonight. And I just got confirmation from one of my international contacts. Say, Lofty, you guys are doing very well in Dominica. Keep it going. And that is internationally, ladies and gentlemen. in Antigua and Barbuda. My brother is telling me, Lofty, I am locked, and keep what you guys doing for free and fair elections in Dominica. We in Antigua and Barbuda, we are with you guys in spirit. In St. Lucia, my journalist buddy said, Lofty, I need an entire recording of tonight's event. And in St. Kitts and Nevis, my lawyer partner, he said, Lofty, I love what I'm seeing. Tell your folks in Dominica, we in St. Kitts and Nevis are with you guys in spirit. So ladies and gentlemen, we are not alone. So let us keep the fight going for all the rest of the region. They are already enjoying what we are fighting for. Thank you.
The world is listening and the world is rooting for us. And so tonight, we want the world to hear that we are serious about reforming our elections and resetting our country. When I say hip hip hip, I want to hear hooray. When I say hip hip hip, I want to hear hooray. And I don't want nobody here to be quiet. Hip hip hip! Hip hip hip! Hip hip hip! Come on, we can do better than that. Come on, I want you to lose your voice on a hooray. You are ready? Hip hip hip! Hip hip hip! Hip hip hip! Hooray! Brothers and sisters, we want electoral reform and we want it now. Before Clement Massey, our young brother, came to the microphone, I was introducing a fearless brother in the fight. Let me tell you, there is no one who deserves the accolade more than he does for standing in the fight for Dominica. I don't know if I have learned why enough to undergo all that he's undergone. To be persecuted and prosecuted like he has. Brothers and sisters, I don't know if I would still be fighting for this nation. So tonight, put your hands together, raise your flags and your voices and your umbrellas for Lennox Linton, the United Workers' Party former leader and our now president, a patriot in the cause, Lennox Linton.
Lord of the nations, thus to thee, our country we commend. These are our refuge and our trust, our everlasting friend. Let the rain pitter-patter, but it really doesn't matter if the sky is gray. Long as I can be with you, it's a lovely day. Yeah. Everything nice. Dominica, you're good? I didn't hear that.
No, we are not.
I wanted to make sure that everybody's okay. Everybody's calm down. Everybody's calm down because, you know, the police were expecting that we were going to come here with offensive weapons and guns and knives. And we were going to be using offensive language and insulting language. And we were going to be disrespecting people, and we were going to have incendiary, inflammatory language on the platform. So they came in numbers. I'm sure they are disappointed. And I'm sure that the RFS reinforcements
I'm sure that the reinforcements from the regional security system who have come to us from other islands where they have reform, where they have ID cards for voting, and where they are cleaning their voters' lists on a regular basis, and where they have electoral systems that work in the interest of government of the people, by the people, for the people. Nonetheless, these governments of other RSS countries sent their soldiers into Dominica to reinforce the police for this meeting, this peaceful meeting of the patriots of Dominica. You would have noticed a drone being flown from the top of the financial center and hovering over this location between the bridges where we are assembled tonight. They took many pictures. I don't know what they were looking for. I hope they found it. They didn't have drone technology to find Kanisha Etienne, but they have drone technology to look after patriots attending a peaceful meeting in Dominica. And that is the Dominica that we have become. That is the Dominica that we have become. The one that we, the people, are no longer in control of, and that is why I'm here with you tonight, regardless of all the prosecution and the persecution that people talk about. Because if I'd like to see one thing in my lifetime, I would like to see my country reclaim control of its destiny. You know where we are right now? Right now we are under the control of a man with 5 different names from another country. He has compromised the Prime Minister of the country. He has brought the government under his thumb. And he does what he wants with them, and he does what he wants with the resources of Dominica. He decides whether your money that comes from the sale of your passports can be spent on you, can be enjoyed by you. So let's go back. Let's go back. When Roosevelt came to office, there was a lot of talk about the agriculture sector. And it was decided by the Labour Party. They're going to do less with agriculture, and they're going to focus more on tourism. I am making this observation to drive home the point that this is not a government that is working in the interest of the people of Dominica. This is a gang that has hijacked government and is working for its foreign friends while Dominicans are suffering. So agriculture was the mainstay of our economy. In rural Dominica, people were selling their bananas, they were selling their ground provisions, they were selling their herbs and spices, they were selling their toloma, they were selling their bay leaf, and they were making a good life. The rural economy was alive and well when this Labour Party government took office, when Roosevelt came to office. And since then, they have ignored the rural economy. They have ignored people living in the other parts of Dominica. They have ignored the farmers and all of the millions of dollars that used to go to rural communities through the farming income of hard-working Dominicans has totally disappeared, and they have done nothing about it. They have said instead that the money belonging to Dominicans from the sale of Dominican passports must go to foreigners. They will give that money to foreigners to build hotels for the foreigners to own while Dominicans are suffering. Let me give you this example. 2 men, 2 foreigners, building what used to be known as the Kempinski Hotel in Portsmouth with passport money, made for themselves a total of $163 million of passport money before the hotel started to operate. Remember, the hotel is theirs,
It belongs to them. It was built with our passport money. And our passport money paid them $163 million. That hotel belongs to them. But you know, Dominicans who had hotel properties and whose properties were destroyed, damaged during Erica and during Maria, some of them still cannot operate. There is no money for them. But there was a whole hotel with over $100 million built and $163 million to put in the pocket of two men from overseas. This is not a country that is working or where the economy is designed to help the people of Dominica. This is an economy for foreigners. Here another one. You see all the apartment buildings that they have going up around Dominica? Those have been built with monies from the sale of Dominican passports. 3 years later, 4 years in some cases, no single occupant of any of those apartments has title to the apartments, meaning that they do not own the apartments. However, those that built with passport money their hotels own the hotels in Dominica. The foreigners can build and own hotels with Dominican passport money in Dominica, but Dominicans cannot own an apartment built from passport money in Dominica. This is not an economy that is working for Dominicans or that the government intends to work for Dominicans. This is an economy working for foreigners. The head of the gang that has hijacked government stood in front of the people of Dominica in a press conference and said, the economy is doing well because every year over $250 million of Dominicans had earned money from the sale of its passports goes overseas through employment of foreigners in construction and agriculture while Dominicans are suffering. This is not an economy for the people of Dominica. It's an economy for the benefit of foreigners. So how can you live in a country where those who have hijacked your government continue to be so abusive and so disrespectful of you? You have a report card. A report card on the last 23 years of the Labour Party in government. You know what it says? Listen carefully. Dominica has been last for too long in this world. Dominica is behind in too many things. The report card of the Dominica Labour Party, delivered by Reginald Austri. Dominica has been last for too long in this world, and Dominica is behind in too many things. But yet, when we, the Christians of good conscience, when we, the patriots of this land, assemble as we have done today to say our Dominica is first, and we, the people of Dominica, will come first in our Dominica first. They send their police and they send for RSS to harass us as though there is something going on in Dominica. We are here today because when people take control of your system of elections, when they're the ones that decide that they alone will be in government, then the people have a problem. Because government must always have the authority that comes from the will of the people. Government must always have the authority that comes from the will of the people. The power belongs to the people. The people transfer that power to groups of individuals to run their affairs in government for a period of time. But it is not for any one individual or any gang to decide that the people should no longer have that right to choose their government. And that right to choose a government of the people, by the people, for the people, with the majority votes of conscience of the people, has been taken away from the people by a gang that has hijacked the government of Dominica. And it is time for us to change that state of affairs. It is not the members of the gang who are going to do anything about it. It is we the people gathered here, and all our brothers and sisters, all our children at home, who are going to ensure that we reclaim the right to choose our own government. The Caribbean Court of Justice in 2022, after we had advocated and campaigned since 2005 for electoral reform, and after there was a decision by the independent electoral body in Dominica, the Electoral Commission, to clean the voters list and to have ID cards for voting. After years and years of advocacy, after years and years of agitation, after years and years of begging and pleading, we came to 2019, where we believed we were going to have an election with reforms. And Roosevelt Skerrit determined that he was not having any election with electoral reform because it will destroy his re-election legacy. In other words, if the system is fair, if the process for election is made capable of delivering free and fair elections in Dominica, Roosevelt Skerrit has agreed his Labour Party cannot win. And we know all the reasons why they cannot win, because they are not serving the people. It's as simple as that. The reason that they can be so abusive is because of their hijack of the electoral process and through it, the government of Dominica. So after all those years, 2022, the Caribbean Court of Justice told us there remain areas of great concern with how the process of these 2019 elections were conducted. Future elections in Dominica should not be conducted with these or similar things. Future elections in Dominica in July of 2022 meant the election of 2022, December, the sham election of 2022. When the CCJ spoke and gave us the advice, when our apex court told us that future elections in Dominica should not be conducted with the tainted electoral process that exists in Dominica, they were referring to the sham election that took place in December of 2022. But fortunately, only 30% of the people participated in that sham election. Only 30% of the people came out. 70% of the people of Dominica boycotted the sham election, meaning that 70% of the people of Dominica did not agree that we should have another election in Dominica without reforms. And when the Organization of American States observed that election, it concluded afterwards that, and I'm quoting here now, it is clear that Dominica cannot proceed to another election under the same rules. The rules they're talking about is the very same tainted electoral process that the Caribbean Court of Justice warned us about in 2022. July. And they came back in July 2022 to say basically the same thing. By the way, in 2022, we were in the middle of an electoral reform exercise that Roosevelt Skerrit finally agreed to, although it's not his business to do that. But I'm telling you what happens to us when we lose control of our country. Those things can happen. That he can decide it is him that is going to give us reform. As opposed to us instructing him and his government that they should clear the way to let the Electoral Commission do its work. And they should simply do what has to be done to get the necessary legislation passed in the Parliament to fix the process. So he paid a consultant, Sir Dennis Byron, $450,000 to advise on reform. And later on, Sir Dennis Byron received a further $200,000 to pay a legal draftsperson to make amendments to the laws based on the recommendations that were received for electoral reform. So Dennis Byron started his work in September of 2020. September coming will be 3 full years. And we have not seen the conclusion of the electoral reform exercise so that we can move ahead with implementation of the recommendations so that the election system is fixed. The clock is running. So Dennis Byron said to the government, I am presenting you my phase 1 report, which will present the recommendations of what needs to be done to fix the Registration of Electors Act. The Registration of Electors Act covers ID cards for voting. Recommendations have been submitted in that regard. The Registration of Electors Act covers registration of voters, re-registration of voters. Provision has been made for cleaning of the list of electors for a reconfirmation process in the recommendations that Sir Dennis Byron has presented. One of the problems that have emerged with that is what happens to the Dominicans who are no longer with us and are living overseas for more than 5 years. Under the current law, their names are supposed to be taken off the register because they no longer ordinarily live in Dominica. Yes, they are brothers and sisters, but they're living somewhere else. Every voter in here, every registered voter, was only registered to vote because that voter could show that they were resident in a particular constituency for 3 months. You cannot get on the voters register otherwise, and you cannot get on the voters register to vote where you want. You get on the voters register to vote for a particular candidate in a particular constituency in what is called the House of Assembly elections, election of representatives to the House of Assembly. So now they say, now Sir Dennis Byron is proposing that what they used to call absence from Dominica, if you are absent from Dominica for 5 years, your name should be taken off. So problems emerge in that because people are saying, I'm living overseas, but I came back for a whole Criminal Festival, and I came back for Carnival, or I came back to spend a little holiday, so my 5 years starts running again. But you're still not ordinary resident in Dominica. You're resident somewhere else. You're not resident in the polling district where you were registered to vote. So where are you going to vote? The Dennis Byron consultancy is saying, if you have visited Dominica for an aggregate of 90 days, in the 1,825 days that make up the 5-year period, you'll be considered not to be absent from Dominica. Do you agree with that? No, I didn't hear you. Do you agree with that? Okay. So look at that one, because that is something you have to keep your eyes on. And obviously, we are proposing that the law should clarify what it means to be absent from Dominica, as opposed what it means no longer to be ordinarily resident in Dominica, as opposed to making a definition of absence that tells us 90 days out of 1,825 days means no longer absent. If you're no longer ordinarily resident in Dominica, that should be the disqualifying criteria, because the qualifying criteria is residence in Dominica. That's one issue. The other issue has to do with the recommendation to set up enrollment centers overseas to confirm people living overseas on the register of voters. No, I'm not hearing anybody. I am some murmuring, some whisperings. Do you agree with that? I didn't hear you. Our representation is that there should be no reconfirmation of anybody on the register overseas. Everybody must come to Dominica to be reconfirmed on the register. Voting, registration to vote is done in person in Dominica. Voting is done in person in Dominica. Reconfirmation or confirmation on the register of voters must be done in person in Dominica. That is our position. That is what we're sticking to. Do you agree? Those in favor say no. Do you agree? Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. Those against say no. Okay. We good. We have no nose, we have plenty eyes, a few thousand eyes. Look at us tonight. So, this is where we are. The consultant has presented his phase 1 report. The consultant went off from the Electoral Commission as to the feedback from the people of Dominica as to what they want, based on what he's recommending. Nothing has happened. The consultant still has to present phase 2 of the report, and in phase 2 there will be recommendations for amendments to the House of Assembly Elections Act. That is where the consultant is expected to provide recommendations on access to media and recommendations on campaign finance reform, and also to look at the provisions of the electoral offenses, especially bribery and treating, and to see what clarifications or amendments are necessary there to make our process, to modernize our process and bring it in line with international best practice. So we have not seen, or we have not heard that Sir Dennis has presented that second phase report yet. But here's what's going down. We, the people of Dominica, are tired. We are fed up. And if you're fed up, raise your hand and say, I am fed up. If you're fed up, keep your hands up and say you are fed up. And wave it from side to side like this. We are fed up. We are fed up. We are tired of waiting. However, as the police will learn again today, we are a peaceful people. We believe in civility. So we are saying tonight very simply, beyond the 31st of May, Sir Dennis Byron and the government, they have until the 30th of June for Sir Dennis Byron to present his report to the government that employed him with our money. 30th of June. The government will have the month of July, a whole month, for the consultations to take place. For them to come to you, the people of Dominica, because you're the bosses, you're in charge, and for them to tell you what they intend to take to Parliament. The whole month of July to do that. And then we will be given the whole month of August for the legislation to go in place. No, listen to me. I am proposing and I'm hearing all that time. The time passes quickly. We have work to do. And even at this stage where we have waited so long, we are still prepared to be reasonable. But our demand is fair and our demand is just. 3 months, June, July, August, for the reforms to be put in place and to take effect. 3 months. During that 3-month period, we the people of Dominica will be paying very careful attention to what is happening. We have some points that we'll be looking forward to. At the end of June, no report from Byron, big problem. End of July, no consultation with the people, no decision on what's going to Parliament, big problem. End of August, nothing happening. Taipul Kwase Dominica. I want to repeat. If we the people are serious, and I have no doubt that you're serious given the many different areas from across Dominica from which you have come to assemble with your brothers and sisters here today, I have no doubt in my mind that you're serious. But if we cannot have our demand for electoral reform met by August of 2023, Taipul Kwase Dominica. And we're not threatening anybody. We are not threatening anybody. We're simply making the reasonable demands of a democratic, peace-loving people who want, like the people in the other RSS countries have. We want a clean voters list. We want ID cards for voting. We want a process that is free and fair and protected from election offenses like bribery and cheating. We want access to media. We want campaign finance reform. We want our electoral process reformed, modernized, you can call it what you want. We want it fixed so that it is fit for the purpose of delivering government of the people, by the people, for the people. It doesn't get any simpler than that. And that is why I am so happy to see so many of you all here tonight joining us in this effort. This effort of civil society organizations, political parties like ourselves, to bring the people together to take care of the people's business. You would have noticed that the government that you are supposed to be relying on, which really has turned itself into a gang, really has turned itself into Anthony Hayden's gang, has no interest in your well-being, in your welfare. They are amassing their millions, they are amassing their mansions. They don't give two hoots whether you live or die, whether you suffer, whether you struggle to survive. And the struggle to survive in Dominica keeps getting harder and harder. And the dark cloud that hangs over the country keeps widening. But we're seeing it, and we're going to make sure we clear it. Because that is our responsibility. No longer will we have to live with the report card of Reginald Austri on behalf of the Dominica Labour Party that Dominica has been last for too long in this world and Dominica is behind in too many things. We will make our Dominica first. We will make our nature island of the world first, and we will put our people in Dominica first so that they're no longer second-class citizens in their own country, but the people must be prepared to stand. The people must be prepared to stand with fortitude, with hope, with pride, with courage, to make sure that they stay the course
on getting rid of the spell of evil governance that has affected us in the last 23 years. When we come back here in the next few months, you will tell me how long it is. Because we need to be reasonable, we need to set the example of reasonable civil conduct in Dominica. And we're doing that tonight, even though we are oppressed, even though we are downtrodden, even though we are victims of this great injustice that has put foreigners ahead of us in our country, that has put our passport billions in foreign accounts, treated like the ATM of these crooks and criminals that have ownership and control of the gang masquerading as government in Dominica. It is time to set things right in Dominica, and we begin tonight. We begin today, the 31st of May 2023, to put Dominica first, to put Dominicans first, to rescue our country from the clutches of this bad governance, to reset our economy so that it works for Dominica, and to rebuild a Dominica for all the sons and daughters of this blessed land. The best Dominica for all Dominicans. That is why we stand, that is why we gathered here this evening, and that is why we will go to our homes in peace, but strengthened and fortified that we are working together and will work together over the next few months to keep our business in Dominica on track, to keep it on track with the reclamation of our country and the rescue of our blessed land from this band of thieves that has hijacked it. Dominica, I don't have to say how much I love you because you know that. I don't have to say how much I'm here for you and we're here for each other. I don't have to say how much I'm thankful and grateful to see so many of you all here this evening. But I just want to ask the good Lord to bless you and to keep you, and to make His face shine upon you and to be glorious unto you, and to lift up the light of His countenance upon you and to give you peace. Peace that passes all understanding, but courage to persevere, and strength to move ahead with the agenda of Dominica, which we must stop letting people take control of. We are the ones who control the agenda for Dominica, and we are the ones that are going to ensure that we are good going forward. I love you. I thank you. God bless you.
Bang bang,